Mine. There we go. Now you should all be able to hear me. Welcome, welcome to tonight's stream. I am Zendarik. There we go. Now you should all be able to hear me. Resident DM. I am not the Tail Weaver, but tonight I am. I've enchanted my way into your hearts in tonight's game. So I am very thankful to have some wonderful players with me. And tonight we'll be diving into the Radiant Citadel. It is my homebrew version of this world and setting. So I'm all excited for you to experience and play it with me this evening. And tonight I have five fantastic players here on A Tale of D20s, whom will get to experience this guild and world we've set up. So before we dive in, let me give a moment to introduce my fantastic cast, starting off with our captain, Mr. Rourke. Logan, would you like to introduce yourself?
Intros. Hey, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. My name's Logan. My handle on various different sites is Artichoke Joe. If you want to ever hang out or play video games or talk about music or nerdy stuff, feel free to hit me up whenever. I will be playing Captain Rourke. I've been playing D&D for since let's not give away my age. Let's instead say that I've been playing since high school, and that I used to play with a bunch of friends in our parents' basement, eating lemonade and pistachios. So not quite Mountain Dew and Doritos, but same sort of vibe. Uh, but yeah, I'm super thrilled to be here. Really, really excited for the campaign, and looking forward to doing some awesome RP.
Great. Awesome. Thanks for being here and glad to have you. Next on the list is Andy.
Hi, my name's Andy. Tonight I'm going to be playing Eric Dumornay. Uh, really looking forward to getting back into D&D with Zendarik here and all the people I know. I've been playing D&D for far too long to go into right now. Uh, yeah, really just looking forward to some good old-fashioned role-playing tonight. Thanks.
Awesome. I know. I can't wait to dive back in. It's been a minute. Glad to have you here. All right. Next on the list is Hunter.
Hi, everybody. I'm Hunter. I can be seen online at Miftralogo. I stream occasionally. I will be playing the character Thordal, who is a uh, wildfire druid. Yeah, and I'm excited to play in a game with some familiar faces and some new ones. And yeah, I think it should just be fun.
Awesome. Glad you're here. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you. Next, we have Omar, our resident tail weaver.
Hey everyone, this is Omar, your resident tail weaver. You might have seen me on our other streams and around the interwebs. As you know, I've been playing TTRPG since, I don't know, high school, I guess, just like everybody else. And I'm 31 years old at this point. And I love TTRPGs. I'm super excited to be a player, as you know, so used to being the Resident Tail Weaver. But recently, I've not only got to hop into friends' channels and play, but now I'm really excited to be playing on an official ATOD stream. So super excited. Thanks for having me, Travis.
Oh, and thanks so much, Caloran, for subscribing. A big thank you and a big pop up there. I appreciate that. Helping this channel grow. 7 months. Wow. That's awesome. Appreciate you and your support. And last but not least, we have our resident Zektown.
I am the only Zektown you will find on the internet. That is verified content, just so you all know. But I'm here to play Vilya, a character familiar to me and maybe some others at the table, but I want to bring kind of like a renewed, refreshed uh, vibe to the character a little bit, kind of like a rebirth. This whole stepping off the world tree. Oh, already getting that backstory. Um, you know, is a fresh take on the character. I'm excited for it. Excited for interacting with all these amazing players. And you can find me on various streaming channels, including right here on A Tale of D20s, where maybe even later this week, you can catch me doing an interview with the Storyboard Show. And then, you know, a lot of days also on AP. This Sunday on a tale. I'm like pretty much streaming 7 days a week almost, and
Yeah,
I'm excited. We're
you
gonna say,
filling them
Travis?
days. You're filling them days up.
Yeah, you know, everything is content, including playing some Radiant Citadel. So, without further ado, Travis.
One more thing. So you said that you're part of AP. Could you expand on that for all of our new folks?
Oh, for all the new folks in the chat, I am a co-founder over at that channel. We kind of came together after uh, some events that occurred in the tabletop community, and because of that, we kind of focused our energies on creating like a transparent space where people can come, learn how to play different tabletop systems. And on the channel itself on Twitch, we've been able to, get multiple campaigns going as well. Omar, also in tonight's stream, is going to be joining us in one of these campaigns, as well as some of the multi shots that we've kind of had. And Travis, I've been throwing your name around a lot
Oh, thank you.
to get on some of these other ones that we have planned. It's just, with you taking on this adventure and also having Sunday taken care of, it's making
We're
sure
getting
that
filled up, but yeah, I
yeah,
just wanted to
exactly.
mention they're sort of like a sister company to us. They're good people that have lots of good games and have lots of good content, as Zeki mentioned. But I also wanted you to extrapolate on the name. AP stands for
Oh, AP stands
amateurish.
for Amateurish Productions, and it wouldn't be on brand if I forgot that
Right,
or
right,
something,
right. And also, a quick shout out to Higoki. Thank you. I think I'm saying it right. Thank you so much for subscribing for 5 months. Wow.
Holy cannoli.
Wow, holy cannoli. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your support. Appreciate you being here and coming in for our flagship Radiant Citadel session. So thanks so much.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, let's do one last thing. Omar, our resident tale weaver here at a Tale of D20s, could you please let us know if we have any other announcements or things coming this week that people can be aware of?
Yeah, some brief announcements. You can catch our schedule at our website, tailed20s.com, or on our Twitter. That actually gets updated first because I'm always on Twitter, which is twitter.com/tailed20s. Today, obviously, we have the Radiant Citadel. And also Wednesday, we have a great show with Zektown himself will be hosting Amateurish Productions, as we were discussing on our new show Storyboards. That's going to be fun. And then Sunday is the start of our big campaign, Descent into the Void campaign 2. Travis will be teaching us how to play Fantasy Grounds. You'll be seeing it as we are an affiliate officially of Fantasy Grounds. So it's an amazing virtual tabletop system. And if you want to download and check out, you can go and use the link that's below that says Fantasy Grounds on it. And Travis will be teaching us all about it and how to use it for our upcoming campaign on Sunday. And that's going to be at 2 p.m. And then we start session 0 at 3 p.m. We'll be going over lines and veils and an overview of the world and getting started. And trust me, you guys are going to be pulled through it. I'm gonna tear them heartstrings at the beginning. You've been warned.
Tug those heartstrings. I can't wait. I'm super excited, but I'm glad that I get to pull on your heartstrings now as the DM, and I'm sure I'm going to get, 3x3 comes back at you. But I'm super excited. So I popped up the schedule here for you on screen so you can see. I'm going to fade that away, and we can dive in tonight's session of the Radiant Citadel. So with that, you can see here I have on screen some beautiful maps so that way you can understand what exactly this place looks like and where it is and where our adventures come from. So the Radiant Citadel is against the unending mists. You see unseen terrors of the ethereal plane. The Radiant Citadel stands bright as a bastion of hope. It's a living relic of the ingenuity and collaboration of 27 great civilizations. Abandoned and lost for ages, the Citadel was resurrected from its slumber 100 years ago and reclaimed by its descendants of these societies, although some of these peoples remain missing. The city serves as a nexus for diplomacy, trade, a repository of histories, secrets, and a thriving sanctuary for those seeking a better life. The Citadel itself is a miracle of architecture. It's floating around a single carved massive fossil and snakes around a colossal gemstone known as the Oral Diamond. The luminescence of the Oral Diamond is mirrored by the constellation of these grand structures that are gemstones known as the Concord Jewels. They orbit the city and provide transportation to the far-flung homes of the Radiant Citadel's founding civilizations. In the haze of the ethereal plane, the Oral Diamond is a scintillating beacon visible from leagues away. The diamond itself seems to have moods, changing colors unpredictably, but always visible to wanderers that are lost in need. And just beyond the city whirls a massive, ever-threatening, ethereal cyclone known as the Keening Gloom. Its looming threat is a grim reminder that the Citadel's in a precarious position. Heroes and paupers meet on equal footing in the Radiant Citadel, and by common agreement, power and resources are equitably shared. Dignity is afforded to all, and great needs are met with great aid. The denizens of the Radiant Citadel strive to sustain an egalitarian society, and every citizen is entitled to basic income that affords them the necessities for living a life with dignity. Food, water, green space are all equally accessible throughout, and the House of Convalescence turns no one away. Healing is priced according to one's mean. The poorest are served without charge, and housing is public, distributed, and administered through the city's councils. The Radiant Citadel is governed by a council known as the Speakers of the Ancestors. Each speaker is a descendant of one of the founding civilizations currently known to the Citadel, and they are chosen by their community and affirmed into office by the wise and ancient dawn incarnates. The speakers meet openly in the amphitheater at the center of the preserve, where their residents often debate. The laws and major decisions of the city are decided by a majority of the speakers, and debates can become heated because each speaker represents very different constituents. Consensuses and compromise might take days and even months to reach. Those citizens are mixed ancestry and unconnected to the founding civilization can choose a speaker to represent them. They simply must register with the speaker's office and then from then on participate in all future elections for that speaker. The governance is public, transparent, and participatory. Laws are not static but evolve to meet new challenges and needs. Sub-councils and committees manage the city under its guidance of the speakers, and complexities persist in governing of a highly diverse city with varied customs, beliefs, and social norms. But a robust civic engagement helps the city overcome its adversity. There's a few important places throughout, and you'll soon discover the pulse around. Oh, sorry, let me say that again. You'll soon discover a few important places around the city, and the pulse of commerce and information it can be found in the trade disco. This is where vendors from far-off lands offer their wares. Food stalls smell tantalizing scents with their delicious offerings. You can visit the Court of Whispers, which is a mixed indoor-outdoor space where secrets and knowledge are traded and scouts and spies can be hired. As I mentioned before, many seek refuge in the House of Convalescence, where all are welcome to heal and recover. And lastly, the Palace of Exile is where those who need where the needs of refugees are met and cared for with compassion by the shield bearers. These are just a few of the notable destinations that await you within the city. And today, as I mentioned before, is the 100-year centennial celebration. The streets are alive with vibrant colors and celebration as the peoples of all cultures are paraded through the cities in dazzling displays of costumes and traditions. Aromas and spices fill the air. Sounds of drums and flutes fill the space and can be heard from quite a distance. As people come to life in the start of this day, the festival starts to begin. Everyone whom is looking at the map can see that the parade will start at the top near the rite of passage where guests and travelers are welcomed in, going through the central main corridor of the city past the Palace of Exile, spiraling down. Going over a bridge towards the south, you'll notice a dotted area. That is where our guild hall meets. And then they make a sharp left turn, partially passing by the Court of Whispers and the Trade Discal, where they all wind up in the entrance to the Preserve of the Ancestors, where the leaders and speakers gather and offer gifts to those who came before them. It is a grand festival, and there is an energy and buzz about the city. Today, we zoom on in to the Refractions Crest Guild Hall. This is where our heroes come and gather, and all are located from. They may not have originally been born on the Radiant Citadel. They may have been born on the material plane or in other places, but they call this their current home. And today, as the world, or as the city slowly starts to wake and prepare for this festival, we will zoom on in to meet the players and their characters in their guild hall. So let's see. I don't want to force anyone, but who would be awake first this morning?
Oh, of course, Aura would be awake first.
Aura, okay, so you're awake in the guild hall with your guild master and several of the other people. And just for a reminder for you and the others, the guild hall is a rather large place. We have dozens and dozens of heroes that come and go on missions, helping those throughout. So you may see some familiar faces and some new, but Aura, you're setting up in today's preparation. And since you've been a member of this guild for quite some time, this is a festival that you've participated in many times before, but as I said, today's the 100-year celebration and you can feel the excitement. So please describe yourself and your character and what you're doing this morning.
As Aura awakens from her slumber, she goes and rests her knees down onto the ground, dressed in a very silk and well-fitting robe. This dragonborn, crystal dragonborn, has the light refract off of her shiny scales. Her very long, almost devilish-like horns protrude out of her skull as she walks on over with a very muscular body of that diamond coloring. This adorns of a similar colored armor, a samurai's armor, as she gives it a bow, places on the front mask to cover her mouth, as well as putting on this heavy chainmail armor. She then walks downstairs, grabbing her special kind of diamond-encrusted scabbard sword until making her way down to the Refraction Crest kind of main guild area. And I would look around and see if there's anyone I recognize. As I walk around, said, "May the light be with you, everyone. It is such a glorious day in the Refraction Crest upon the Radiant Citadel, is it not?" Just maybe people are not morning people, but Aura is a morning person.
All right.
Basically the same time. Eric, being an elf, he doesn't really sleep. He meditates, so he's been up for several hours. If you imagine the smallest room in the guild hall, that's probably his. He's at a writing desk, just finishing up a page in one of several leather-bound books of similar construction that sit next to the desk. As he places his pen down and sprinkles a bit of fine sand over the ink to ensure that it dries correctly, he stands up, works a few kinks out of his muscles. He's about average height for an elf, and rangy. Walks to a coat and shirt that are hanging in what passes for his closet. It's relatively bare. And using magic, cleans the coat, shirt, and himself. Once he's satisfied that the morning's entry in his diary is dried, he closes the book, places it with the others, and carrying belts his rapier around his waist, but carrying his hat, he is a polite person, heads down to the common room just in time to hear Aurora greet the day.
Aura.
Aura, sorry.
It's 2 syllables. It's fine, fine. Everyone makes that mistake. Good morning, good morning. Isn't it a glorious day?
It is Aura. It is excellent day for the festival.
Ah, yes, I'm quite excited. Oh, parties make me just buzz with enlightenment.
It's my first, so I'm very much looking forward to it.
Oh, so am I. Well, it's not my first. I was basically raised here on the Citadel, but I do love a good party. I can't wait for the others to arrive.
As Aura says that, and you look forward to meeting some of the other people and your guildmates, you recall your first time meeting Aura, or one of the first experiences with her. And what do you recall, Eric?
Well, Eric works a lot, and given that we're all members of the Adventurers Guild, or is it an Adventurers Guild technically,
Yeah.
or is it? Okay. I would assume that we met, actually, I would say that we met probably the first moment I set foot in this very building. She is a dynamic person and very friendly. And I would imagine that as Eric is standing around trying not to look like he's confused about where he's supposed to be, Aura would have taken him throughout through the guild hall as a sort of impromptu tour. Uh, helping to work past those initial nerves of meeting a bunch of new people, especially a bunch of new people who already know each other, and gotten him situated. Something which he probably didn't recognize as the favor it was for a few hours.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, so you served as basically a mentor and first welcome into the city, and gave a big tour of not only the guild hall, I'm sure, or walked you around the city and pointed out all the best spots too. So that's absolutely fantastic. So who's next? So you walk in, Eric and Aura hanging out.
If I may, I will say that Thordal has been in. Are we sitting in like a dining area, a common area?
Yeah,
Now?
so the guild hall has a large. It is, for all intents and purposes, a typical sort of an adventurers guild. So there's like a dining area, a sort of center lounge, a private lounge for guild members, or sort of like an open area for guests and people who are requesting quests or aid and things like that. So we'll say that for the time being, since it's still earlier in the day. The guild members and the guild leader are sort of prepping and moving stuff about. And most people will go to sort of the dining hall and lounge area, the private one. So you can find Eric and Aura having breakfast or preparing to have breakfast there.
I'll say that Thordal has just been already also being of elf descendancy. He also only needs 4 hours of meditation. He's been in the hall for a while, and he's currently sitting at a table, just softly petting his wildfire spirit and feeding him some good berries when he hears this very positive, loud, good morning declaration to everybody when the wildfire spirit just groans and goes, "Oh God, it's already happening. Can't we just get more sleep?" And Thordal gives him a look and is like, doesn't say anything, just continues petting, and he's like, "I know, but does it have to be every morning?" It's almost like a one-sided conversation's going on there as he sees Pace's one that he's recently worked with slowly arising and getting ready to start their day. He gives a slight smile to them both and a little wave. He is wearing nothing but he has this like cloth sort of trying to think of the right word for it. Not tunic, but it's just like a nicer cloth draped around his upper chest, and obviously he's wearing pants. Yeah, but his midsection is exposed and he's also barefoot as he just gives off this essence like he very much enjoys being connected to whatever area he's in and doesn't like the restriction that clothing puts on him. Um, he is relatively short for an elf. He's about 5'6", 5'7", but he is beefy. And yeah, nobody in the guild has heard him speak a word once, but his spirit is that of a child and likes to talk all the time, and people tend to get annoyed if they don't know him well enough.
So, why don't you describe your wildfire spirit for
Yeah,
our
my
viewers' pleasure?
my wildfire spirit is a small little fox creature. But you can, upon closer inspection, you can tell it's not a fox. It has a reddish orange fur that almost like almost looks like fires or little flames. That's the word. Are dancing off of it as you approach. He has a white underbelly, but the big thing that shows that this is not a normal fox is his eyes are nothing but just pure red embers that constantly glow and produce heat. You can never tell exactly where he's looking, and it's sort of creepy, but it's obvious that this is not your typical fox.
And just for our guild members' benefit, since you all have been in the guild for various amounts of times, and while you may or may not have gone on missions with Thordal and Vin, the Firefox Wild Spirit, you will know that Thordal, we're not sure if he's a mute, but he does not speak, and his spirit speaks on his behalf, and it is not disrespectful to sort of address them in that manner. So, um, just want to make sure everyone's
Yes,
aware.
there has been instances where the spirit would reply as if it was Thordal, but it also the spirit acts on its own personality and is its own entity.
Yeah. So as you uh, lament Aura's morning personality, you join the group and see your friend Eric and recall good memories with him. And what was one of the things that you had? What is one of your fond memories, or when maybe you first met Eric?
Having been our most recent adventure, Thordal gives a nod, but probably one of his earliest memories is when Thordal met Eric in. If I correct me if I'm wrong, Eric gave almost felt sort of out of place around Thordal, almost like he didn't believe he should be around him. Almost like
Oh, no, it's more like Eric is not habitually disrespectful, but he is significantly more respectful to you than to most people.
Yes.
he's you know, you just noticed that. I doubt that Vin is much for, you know,
And
like interrogating strangers, but yeah, you've noticed that he is more respectful towards you than he is to most.
And I will say one of our earliest encounters was probably a misunderstanding of you not understanding that I don't speak and you believing that you have offended me in some sort of way when like almost tuning out my spirit as it tries to talk to you because my demeanor is very intimidating when I just stare at you with a blank expression, not moving my mouth. I will say, and that was quickly that was quickly resolved when one of the other guild members explained to you that I don't speak, which probably made you feel a little worse that you were like, you know, trying to get someone who is selectively mute to speak to you. And it was just a huge misunderstanding, but since Thordal has definitely forgiven and likes to give you a knowing look sometimes to just tease the situation.
And it's grown
Yeah,
into a little friendly.
I was gonna say Eric's at the point where he can smile about that now,
Yeah,
and
you.
he will greet Vin and Thordal.
So the trio of you are now on your way to pick up a snack from the. It's not exactly a cafeteria, but there's a chef and a cook at the guild hall. So you're picking up what they're preparing today: some porridge, maybe some fruits, some meats, etc. And you notice one of your other guildmates already there with a bowl of food. Who wants to go next? Vilya or Captain Rourke? Who's already down there grabbing some food?
You see Vilya as he takes a hearty bowl of it looks like oatmeal, but I think he has decided to put in some fruit as well into the mix. So you just see him like chowing down, um, just getting his feet on, starting the day on the right step, kind of thing. And I wave at the three of them to come over. Come on over, guys. It's gonna be a good time today if you just let it.
Yeah, so you guys notice your elven ranger friend at the front of the queue, filling up his
Yeah.
bowl with fruit. Zeki, quick note: your Discord's being a little bit of a
Oh,
shite.
it's being a
Can you unpop yourself?
shite.
A little bit of a shite.
Are we 18 and over in this one?
We should be.
It's 18 over on this channel.
yeah. We're 18 over, so you guys can curse moderately.
I just want to fucking make sure I can say all the fuck words.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like they don't like it if you sort of curse within the first like 10 or 15 seconds, but we're like way past that. So, fuck.
Perfect. Fuck,
Watch us get
fuck,
demonetized.
indeed.
Now.
That's
Okay.
that's important for Vilya as well, as he kind of like waves his friends over, and you see before you is this um this um woodland elf who fits the part. He's wearing nicely worn leathers that it's probably adventure gear that he's worn for, probably at least 50 years. Like he keeps it oiled and in great condition. He does have a cloak that, has these same colors of like a forest green, and it kind of matches the rest of the earth tones that he has going on with his outfit and ensemble. On his back, you can also see a pretty sweet bow. TBD. You need to talk with the DM a little bit more about that, but definitely never leaves his room without it. Um, and he kind of has this go-getter type of attitude. It might even explain how he came to the Radiant Citadel. Um, he's not even 100% sure how that exactly happened yet. It's one of the things that he's been trying to find out while here. It's why did this part of his life journey begin so suddenly after the last one was just finding its happy ending?
And yeah, so with that, you look at your newfound family, your guildmates, and you notice Thordal with his Firefox flame spirit on his shoulder, and you think back to a little bit of your past when you first met him, and what's a memory that you have of when you met Thordal, or maybe perhaps another mission or something that you've gone on that you've had a that you can share with us.
While everyone would become increasingly frustrated that Thordal wouldn't say anything to them, uh, Vilya always kind of knew what was kind of going on a little bit below the surface. Not the whole story, but as much as Thordal was willing to share in whatever capacity that would be. Um, and I think a very fond memory over the past few months of them getting to know each other and working together is that there was this time that Vilya kind of, again, hanging around the world tree, ran into the two of them, and it was just an innocent moment of this person spending time with this fox, and it was probably the first time that Vilya kind of forgot about going home and had accepted that these two are now part of his life, and the Radiant Citadel is now going to be a part of his life, so he better make the best of it. And I think that was kind of like the first time that that feeling of acquiescence kind of swept over him while watching the world kind of go by.
Awesome. So you gather some food, but you do not forget that, well, most people can go get their own food. You know that one more friend in particular should be joining you on this journey today. So you grab an extra bowl, and slowly Captain Rourke makes his way to the table. Where and what does Captain Rourke look like, and how does he join his allies today?
Sure thing. So, you see the door to the kitchen swing open with rousing laughter and a couple of, okay, see you later, my friend. Thank you again for the flask. And a most slightly stumbling, but mostly trudging through the archway of this kitchen door, flask in hand, mid-swig, comes a tall, lumbering turtle with pale orange pebbled skin and a bleached sea green shell. His knuckles are worn, his skin charred and sunburnt, and his shell decorated with the memorabilia of past battles, including a large broken blade deeply embedded into his back. Despite his perpetual hunch and his heavy-set frame, and the flask of alcohol in his hand, allegedly, he dresses himself with authority. His black, gray, and maroon colors of an old navy jacket and admiral's hat are freshly pressed and well fitted to his chest, while a high-collared undershirt keeps his neck warm and suits his face well. He downs a swig from his flask before taking a moment to quickly pause, looking out the window at the dawn's horizon, something longing or lost transparent in his cerulean eyes. But it's only for a moment before he snaps back to the present, recognizes his companions have left him a spot at their table, and slowly, precisely, and perhaps with a wince here or there favoring one leg over the other, he moves over to join his friends. Morning. Morning. I see everyone else is up and early.
Oh, what a glorious morning it is, isn't it, Captain? Oh, and tonight is the festival. There's so much to be thankful for. Wouldn't you say?
Oh, I wouldn't, but some of us would. And he'll take another swig from his flask. I trust everyone else has gotten their libations.
Oh, we are quite ready, and quite full, aren't we, everyone? To go out in such joy, such a glorious day. Oh, no more hiding in the shadows. Let us bask in the light of the crystal.
Sure. But back to what he was saying. You said we need libations.
Well, maybe that was misworded on my part.
Rourke, don't do this to me.
No,
This is my first festival, so don't fuck with me.
I promise you, Vila, the fucking will happen much later, and you know what I mean by that. Anyway,
Vilya looks thoughtfully at his turtle friend and kind of gives him like a head nod of understanding.
As you take your swig of your flask, Captain Rourke, and joke back with Vilya, you recall a fond memory with him, or maybe the first time you met him, or maybe a previous encounter that you've had. And what memory runs through your mind?
Oh, of course. Vilya and I have been on plenty of missions together. An eagle-eyed sharpshooter such as himself. Excellent company, not only from a combat perspective, but also in making sure that the job gets done. And, eagle-eyed at targets, but maybe not so much at looking the other way when some coin falls through some fingers. But in truth, Rourke really appreciates a couple of talks that Vilya and he have had about home and a sense of adventure and traveling. There's the Radiant Citadel is a wonder unto itself. No one doubts that. But to sail the seas again, to sail those lost horizons and look for things untold and undiscovered under the depths. That's the dream.
All right, so it sounds like Vilya found his home with this group here, and you found adventure with your friends and a new home with him. It's the wonderful, not exactly beginnings, but a wonderful story to tell, and I can't wait for the others to dig into some of those adventures that you may have had. And just to close the loop, Aura, you're so excited. Everyone's here. Most of the guild hall is filling up. You can see head guildmaster. One second, where's my notes? Guildmaster Carell running around, sort of ordering the newbies on what to do. You can see that gifts are being prepared, and more of the mid-level and senior-level guild members are starting to gather there, put on their ceremonial garb and prepare for the parade. And you can't help but smile and think that you're so excited to be here and get to celebrate this 100th year celebration with your friends. But as the table is, your table here is complete, you can't help but look at Captain Rourke and be excited. And a good memory fills your mind. And what do you feel and what do you think of when you see him sit down and laugh and joke as he takes a sip of his flask?
Oh, I love the captain. I remember the good old days. Back when I was young and just growing up and finding myself as a proper samurai. The captain came in walking through our doors and gave in such brilliant tales of the sea, and as we drank, him drinking his whiskey or rime or rum or whatever he has, and me, of course, drinking my sake. And we just continue to go on and revel in our stories of chivalry and adventure. I look up to that man, and I can't wait to enjoy and partake into more adventures with him as we bask in the light of the Citadel.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Yeah, you've had plenty of drunken night with them enjoying sea shanties and tales from from the ocean, and have spent also many a morning hungover with him too.
Oh, yes, definitely. Although I can hold a drink or two, but I do have my limits.
All right, with that, the band is here all together. Guild Master Carell comes over and says, "When you've finished up your breakfast, will you be on the float today, or will you be walking in front of it? We do have an extra special presence this day. The newbies have really outdone themselves." And he gestures out into the courtyard. You can see through the windows a large float has been put together, and it's sort of a gyroscopic, like compass rose with a representation of the Oral Diamond, and light sort of cascading through it and bouncing and spreading and sort of like hitting the patrons around. And you can see that they have little goodie bags of like beads to throw out to people along the parade route. And he says, I'm quite impressed. They really captured the essence of Refraction's crest, and I couldn't be more proud. And I just want to make sure that everyone really gets to experience it the way that I do, the way I envision it. And you all know that the Refraction's Crest Guild is the only adventuring guild on the Radiant Citadel. And you guys live and work here for various reasons, but one of the benefits of being in this guild is you get hired by various groups or peoples. Sometimes various speakers come to you, sometimes the healers from the House of Convalescence request you to gather specialty herbs and reagents. Sometimes, bards or diplomats from the Court of Whispers require an escort or additional aid, and you're able to do it. The main military of the Radiant Citadel are known as the Shield Bearers, and they have a pact of nonviolence. So anytime there is a dispute or an issue, they are there to defend the innocent and save those in need. They can only fight back should they be attacked first. So it is very often that the guild is the first people that speakers and even the shield bearers come to when they need a hand. And while they don't directly like influencing violence, it is just a nature of this cruel world where angels and demons and fiends and even just malicious humans live. And sometimes, they need to tip the scales and restore balance. So that is where you guys come in and are often taking quests and things throughout the city. So you are, you represent the will of this place, the will of the people, the will of the speakers, and you do what is, you all have your own various needs and reasons for working, but you also generally help to push the needle in the direction, or push the push the needle. I don't know what phrase I'm trying to say. Push in the direction of good, and try and tip the scales in favor of balance and serenity. So, Guildmaster Carell says, "Will you be on the float today, or will you be marching in front, handing out gifts?"
Aura looks around at the group and says, I think we should be a shining beacon of light upon the float. What do you all say?
Definitely walking.
Oh, pooh.
I want nothing to do with being a shining beacon of this, that, or the other. And I know we've talked about this, Aura, but I think it's good to take things slowly and from the back.
Yes, but the back is where the shadows are. Don't you want to? We are on the We're in the refraction crest upon the Citadel, the Radiant Citadel. It's in the name, Captain.
It's a fair point, and we are nothing if not cordial and civil. I welcome the thoughts of the rest of our crew.
The Vin calls out upon Thordal's shoulders. I think sitting somewhere with I don't know, maybe we could people walk next to the float, some people sit on it. I like the idea of sitting on the float because it's a good vantage point. I can see things. And yeah, people have been a lot. I've already dealt with a lot, and it's been 30 minutes. And he's like staring at Aura. And he's like, I would love to show this city support by being a shining beacon.
That's the spirit. Villia, what about you?
Are you always this happy?
Of course. Why be sad? Why be sulking in the shadows when you can be bright and jubilant? The better way to
I'm
live.
not trying to be sad. I just am trying to capture that energy that you seem to be full of.
There's plenty to go around.
It seems so. I mean, I think there's pros and cons to being on the... Well, what kind of gifts are we giving out?
You have little goodie bags that when you open up the little string inside, you can see that there is beaded necklaces that have like little... They look like little gemstones, like little diamonds, little rubies, little jewels. They're obviously not real gems, but they have that feeling. And also, there's a large piece of rock candy in the bag as well. So a necklace and some candy.
Okay. I think, sorry, Captain, I gotta go with Aura on this one. If they were better gifts, maybe, but I feel like we'll be able to see a lot more from on top of the float.
Yeah, Captain, why don't you come and take a load off?
With the captain.
And
I like the idea of giving out
Thank
gifts.
you, Eric.
Besides,
this-
I feel like the float should be for the more experienced members of the guild. Let people appreciate them someday, maybe, just not today.
Oh, come on, Eric. And Aura gets really close. And Aura's like 7 feet tall, massive dragonborn. It just kind of gets down and cuddles next to you. You know you want to. Come on.
No, I know myself fairly well, Aura. I know you'll enjoy the float, and I know I'll enjoy handing out gifts to the good people of the Citadel.
I like the idea of some of us being on the float, some of us walking. It's not like we're going to be far from each other.
Exactly. We're in front of the float. We'll be within sight of one another.
I'm amenable to splitting up. Happy to hand out gifts and
I guess that's fine, but
walk.
I don't know. I figured for my very first festival and parade, I didn't want to be on the ground floor just handing out gifts to people. Wanted to take in everything.
So enjoy the float.
I will.
Guildmaster Carell comes over with a sort of milk crate and places it on the table or pushes aside some of your empty plates and says, "That's the spirit. Make sure the little ones get these." And it's like 100 goodie bags for you to hand out.
All right.
He says, he looks at the sundial-like clock on his wrist and says, the parades will start at noon. We're meeting not quite at the Passage of Respite, but in that general area. I will have the newbies send up the float in the coming hour, and they'll line them up. And it takes about 2 hours or so to make the way down, and the Preserve of the Ancestors is where all of the guild leaders are going to meet and present their gifts to the Dawn Incarnates, and then festivities and revelry will take place all throughout the rest of the day and evening, and from that point on, it is a holiday for you. Please do as you wish. And with that, he tosses on the table a bag of 50 gold coins, a little extra bonus in advance for all your hard work, everyone. And that's 10 gold to each of you to spend today and as you wish in the future.
Oh, this is fantastic. Thank you so much. This can go a long way, you know.
I do, Eric says,
Absolutely.
as he gathers up the plates to take back to, the kitchen or wherever the plates get dropped off.
Yeah, there's like a sort of, like IKEA style. You can just put it on like one of those shelves and then they'll like wheel it into the back and clean it. There's like a, a chef and, crew where they can take care of it.
Sure.
Remind me, what time are we all meeting up for this parade, or is that just what we're doing right now?
It's about, we'll say like 8:30 a.m. and the guildmaster says around noon is when the parade will start, so you do have a little bit of time to kill. The Radiant Citadel is large. It is a very large place, so it would take you from where the guild hall is. So I'm going to drop on the Radiant Citadel map. Everyone needs to like be in this general area for the start of the parade, and then let me draw.
Could you reshare the map, please?
Yep.
Yeah,
I think I closed mine.
No problem. 1 second. There we go.
Thanks.
So it's going to, in the top circle is where it's going to start, and then it's going to snake down that line, passing the Palace of Exile, over the southern bridge, right past your guild hall. Then it's going to make a sharp turn, and to the right during that small corridor is the Court of Whispers, as well as the Trade Discal, or the beginning of the Trade Discal, and then a quick left and a right again, and there's sort of an open space that leads into the Preserve of the Ancestors. And so that's where the end of the floats sort of continue off past there, but basically as the floats and the peoples of the leaders come to that area, they'll sort of, the leaders and their, small, circle will leave and sort of wait there for the rest of the procession to conclude. And then once all of the leaders have gathered, they will go in, there'll be, words, and, a unification speech, and the leaders will go into the Preserve and present their gifts to the ancestors. And then at that point, all of the, traditions have been met and festivities and revelry can begin. So that should all conclude around 3 o'clock. The parade takes about 2.5 hours. So, early afternoon, your job will be sort of done. So it's, like I said, around 8:30. You need to be up here by like noon. So you have a little bit of time to kill. You could quickly run to the Court of Whispers, the trade, or anywhere that you might need to go in the meantime. But the Guildmaster has given you a crate of trinkets for those whom are walking and says, be here, be square, or I'm taking my gold back.
Yeah. We should probably leave about an hour ahead of time. It looks like we have to walk most of the parade route, and I'm sure it'll be getting crowded by the time we get there. Mm-hmm. So, meet here a little bit before 11?
Can do.
All right.
I suppose that works. What are we, anybody want to go and do some walking in the meantime? I kind of wanted to check out the parade route and see what might be set up already.
Oh, that's a
Yeah,
wonderful idea. I would join you. Well, I would join you for that. I would love to.
yeah, we'll do it too.
Yeah, I got no plans.
Captain.
I suppose I should get my steps in.
All right, this is a full group activity. There you
Yes!
go, Aura.
Oh,
Quick
fabulous.
question. If I put the crate of gifts into my bag of holding, it's not going to spill, is it?
No. When you put something in a bag of holding, it sort of maintains the relative space that you do it.
Right.
But
So I'll put.
I was gonna say you can also have one of the younger guild members comes by and you can also say to them, put this on the crate. We're going to give these out. Watch them for me. And they can keep it on the float. So that way you can.
I was thinking that made more sense to pick them up there, but yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I'll have
so we'll
him
say
do that.
You can say to one of the younger guild members that, Master Cruel gave you our trinkets, but we're going to do some sightseeing. So watch these or leave them on the float for us. We'll be up there. And you give him the time, and they say, absolutely, Mr. Eric.
Thanks, Damon. Eric remembers names.
Right. So one of the new guild members, Damon, says, "Sure thing. I'll be sure to find you at that time, and you know that they're safe and secured, so you can grab them at the time." So fed and ready for the day, where do you guys set off?
I think we should go and check out the parade, right as Vilya said. Oh, I can't wait to see everything. Oh, it's so exciting.
Let's start with the bridge. I feel like that is going to give us some of the best views. And have you ever just looked over the side and looked underneath?
Of the bridge?
Yeah.
You can't say I have.
No.
Well,
I'll be honest, I don't love getting close to the edge.
I won't push you, but you should follow me.
Yeah.
And I think we're about ready to head out now.
All right. So you guys head out and move towards the South Bridge, and you can already hear that only a few hours, an hour or so has passed since you woke up and met, and you can already see that there's more people sort of in the streets than normal. And you've all been, in the city long enough, or the Citadel long enough, to know the general amount of people that are out and about. And today definitely feels that there's more energy and more people abound. You can feel that there's alive with color and excitement as the celebration of people mixing and displaying their costumes and traditions excite everyone. You can start to smell the aroma of spices and delicious food starting to fill the air, tempting the senses and causing stomachs to rumble with hunger. And there's lots of colorful displays of fabrics and intricate embroidery that can be seen draped and hung off of buildings, sort of displaying their finest clothes and accessories as people prepare for the celebration. You make your way very, very quickly to the South Bridge. It's very close to the Guild Hall. And you can see that they have folded paper, like origami of various designs. There's swans and cranes and flowers and lotuses and all of the different shapes of animals that represent the different houses and groups and plants have been strung together and sort of hung around the guardrails that normally aren't there, and they sort of represent this additional vibrance and blending on the bridge as there's more sort of life around. You can see that it's wide enough for carts, despite how small it looks in this picture. It's sort of like a two-lane, not exactly like a two-lane road, but wide enough that a cart and people walking by wouldn't have to, push back. You could easily walk past, you know what I mean? I feel like I'm describing that poorly, but it's like a one-lane road.
Pass each other without anyone falling off.
Yeah, exactly. Without anyone passing or falling off. And there are guardrails and sort of like a very thin, like not exactly plexiglass, but like a plexicrystal barrier to prevent small children and curious little beings from falling to most likely their certain doom. So it is a safe and secured spot, but it is also unhindered, so you can enjoy the majesty of the surrounding space. Is there anything that you wish to do in particular on this bridge? As we see
Well,
that people are sort of coming and going, and there's also groups of people whom are hanging and still stringing up their origami.
well, Vilya suggested that we try to look under the bridge. Eric has. Well, okay. Eric walks to one of the edges, one of the side. I assume he meant facing out, so that's what we're doing. And you know how elves usually move lightly? He's gonna sort of like just plant himself, hold on to the guardrail, and lean out. And what the rest of you probably see is him lean out for about a second, then take a smart step back from the edge. Internally, what I would say happens is he's still relatively new to the astral plane. And when you're on Earth, the prime material plane, wherever you look, there's something orienting you. Like there's the ground, there's a tree, even the difference between the sky and the sea.
We're on a dream. We're living.
I'm sorry?
No,
I think is okay. Keep going.
Oh, even the difference between the sky and the sea, like it tells you where you are, where you're facing. But looking out into the vastness of the astral plane, with nothing between him and it, no way to orient himself, instant vertigo, at which point he almost feels himself being pulled out, and he steps back from the edge. No, I think I'm good. We're good.
You
Are
all
you
sort
sure?
of see this.
I don't necessarily think you saw everything. DM, I'd like to make an insight check to see
Sure.
if there's anything. I don't know. I feel like maybe it's the anxiety of a large group of people. Maybe it's just a feeling of, 5 levels of adventuring. But I feel like something's going to go down today. And if I'm going to be on top of this float, I don't want this bridge giving up on me.
Sure. So you're inciting the bridge?
Yeah, just to see, make sure, there it doesn't look like anything's been tampered with. It doesn't look like anyone's not where they shouldn't be, kind of setting up on it and stuff like that.
Sure. So roll me, give me a perception check with that. And as you do that, you'll notice that there's a group of adventurers sort of happily stringing their origami, and one of those is Colonel Blah. And thank you so much for following, Colonel Blah. I appreciate you being here and in the feed.
What's up, Colonel Blah?
Part
Thanks,
of
Colonel
this,
Blah.
part of the city, the Radiant Citadel.
Hey.
Actually, I know that you're having a little bit of issues with your fantasy grounds. So, do you want me to roll for you?
I would truly love that.
I can do that. And that would be a perception. You rolled a 16. So as you, like you said, you're checking out to make sure that everything is on the up and up, and even sort of lingering a little bit on some of these origami art, because this is normally not here. This is an additional thing that people are sort of stringing up, and you take your time to sort of look a little bit more carefully, and they all appear to be paper. And do you actually open your senses, your walker senses?
Ooh, I don't think I actually go that far. I don't think there's any sort of planar doors opening on this bridge, famous last words. But it's just there's so many unanswered questions about how I got here and I'm just waiting for like that other shoe to fall. Like everything's been so great. I have 4.5, maybe 5 brand new companions that I've been just, you know, um, I don't know, like not like falling in love, but like, falling into step with in terms of like having almost like a pseudo family structure kind of emerge. And it just feels too good to be true. I've been in groups before and I've seen it fall apart. So I just am anxious that something's gonna happen. Um, so that's
All
kind
right.
of like where I'm at with that.
All right. Yeah. So in this moment, you sort of take it all in, and you really focus on this bridge and your surroundings, and just like you said, you're waiting for the shoe to drop, and after a few moments, a calm washes over you, and you realize that this is all in good spirits and good faith. There is no sort of deception. There's no magic paper. These are all purely people whom are so excited to sort of share the things that they've been preparing and making and displaying all throughout the city. And this bridge represents the connectivity between, between peoples and the origami art all coming together to create this wonderful, masterful display of bondedness. And you realize, today is going to be a good day, but maybe that shoe might drop. But right now, in this moment, on this bridge, you're fine.
Well, it looks like today is not going to be that day. That's fine. Um, should we all continue? I think we've spent a lot of time here, and I don't want to make anybody, you know, motion sick or anything. I'm looking over at you. Oh God,
Eric.
please don't throw up.
Oh God, it's happening.
It's happening. He's throwing up. Oh
He's doing
God,
it.
Eric, I'm so sorry. I
Um,
shouldn't have brought it up, Eric. Or do you have any sort of like calming? No, you're just way too peppy. Um,
wait,
that's not
but
gonna calm.
I have something that will calm everything. As we continue, I will lift our spirits with a story, a tale I was told. A tale of the Radiant Citadel. It goes something like this. With shining swords and gleaming shields, we march towards the light. Our hearts are strong, our spirits high, as we embrace the fight. For we are warriors of this crystal world. Our courage never fades. We stand for truth, we stand for honor as we march through shining glades. Doesn't that inspire you to go forth, friends, and bask in the light as I use my inspiring leader feat to give everyone 7 temporary hit points
Ooh,
for 8
Wow.
hours? Because you never know what happens.
that is quite
For
inspiring.
8 hours? Oh my god.
Aura, are you sure you're not a bard?
No,
I
I'm
just
a very charismatic fighter.
usually you don't see that a lot. I mean, no offense, but look at the captain.
What
Not
about that,
exact.
Captain?
You just don't strike me as a thespian.
I never took up the stage, but if you're going to lead a crew, you best know how to issue orders.
That's
Fair
very
enough.
true.
I have 0 sea experience, and I guess there's more things that I can learn from you, Captain.
I didn't take any offense to what you said, and it's been quite some time since I've led a crew of my own. Captain is more of a former title of mine. But yes, it is. I don't recall the last time I've been that inspired. Or thank you.
Well, you might
You-
not find her sort of chipper attitude exactly to your, normal standard. You do find her words inspiring, and you all feel bolstered by her presence and can't help but smile a little bit.
I wanted to ask while the bridge was being checked out, has there been a history of maybe like a threat during this day? I know this is like the 100-year anniversary, but I'm assuming they do something every year. Like, has there been like a threat? Has there been just like a reason for us to be so on guard, or are we just a precaution because anything could happen?
So there, as the Radiant Citadel stands as a bastion of, hope and prosperity for, all beings and people in the multiverse. It is always under threat and constantly trying to be, attacked or taken over or, corrupted in some way. But the Citadel itself has mechanisms to help sort of repel, evil and bad beings. So, while there have been attacks, there have been things, battles that have happened, even, nefarious people have made their way onto the Citadel and, fought. It always stands true. And even to this day, the shield bearers have yet to fall while defending this place. So in recent years, within, let's say, the past 5-7 years, there have not been an attack during this specific festival. There has been attacks or some issues, in the past. So because this is the 100th year celebration of the refinding of the Citadel, some of you whom are more weary might keep that in the back of your mind. Like, it is a celebration and a wonderful day, but whom is trying to fuck this over? And you in particular, I'll have you roll me a insight with advantage because of our session 0. 24.
Nice.
You recall that a few days leading up to this civilization, you went on a quest for the Turani people, and went to their sacred grove, where you were asked to retrieve an item for their leader to offer or to assist their people and escort them to their grove to retrieve an offering to their ancestor. And that sacred grove was being defiled and attacked, and there were, faux priestess or priest, or, a fake priest in their midst, or what appeared to be someone who wasn't exactly aligned with the people that were, they were sent with. And you reported that to the leader of that guild, and note that there's just been a little bit of shady activity involving some of the peoples. So you might have an extra inkling of potential issues happening today.
With that knowledge, I just make a mental note to keep an eye out a little more. And Vin flies, jumps from my shoulder onto Villia's. And he just goes, yeah, I mean, just it's always good to keep an eye out, It's yeah, well, we should keep moving along, but just be mindful. There always is people scheming, always trying to do something. Even a harmless prank could end up hurting somebody, so we'll just keep an eye out.
Thank you. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Let's keep going. I think you're right. We should move forward a little bit.
All right, as you guys make your way, you hear the sounds of drums and flutes and other musical instruments echo through the city. Different songs and rhythms intermingling, creating a symphony of sounds. You hear laughter and joy as kids and people play and share different games and stories from their past. It's a wonderful sight to see people mingling, sharing sharing things that are important to them and celebrating together. You bypass a few stands where people hold out sticks with these little balls on them, 3 balls each in a sauce. They smell fantastic and look so savory. You see another vendor whom has lots of roasted vegetables that seem to be sizzling and tossed into these cone-like cups, and people standing in line can't wait to scarf them down. You see a few belly dancers on a impromptu stage that are putting on a performance or practicing for what's to come later. So you see that there is life and excitement throughout the streets. And we'll say you're about halfway up to the, we'll say like an hour or so passes, and you're almost to the Palace of Exile, sort of in the square here. I'll put a little marker on the map. What do you guys wish to do? Do you wish to stop at a stall, play a party game, grab a snack?
What kind of party games are there?
You see that there are there's a few different choices. That right now in front of you there's a it's sort of like a large dartboard set up, and they have balloons that have objects inside of them, but because they're in balloons, they're sort of obscured. And he says it's 5 copper pieces per shot, and you get to keep the prize if you pop the balloon, and you get to sort of throw like a dart at a thing and pop a balloon. And there's a board filled with about 50 by 50, a number of balloons. So there's just hundreds of well, I don't know, 50 times 50, like hundreds of balloons and different colors and shapes and sizes, and all seem to have what he said is true. They have little gifts in them.
What kind of prizes are we talking? Cold hard cash or less interesting things?
You get the feel that this is sort of like a carnival type game. You hear him says, there's a special few balloons on the board that have a nice prize or two in there, but most are trinkets or baubles for the kids. But if you have a fancy, couldn't say no to you. And he says, you want a shot?
Yeah, Captain, you look really good with that wooden sword right there. Could really be your weapon.
I've always wanted one. I never had one as a little tadpole. That's not the right animal. Anyway.
Is that what turtles are? I thought turtles were just turtles.
Well,
Little turtles.
Who knows? Turtles are a mysterious bunch. Who even knows what we are before we?
We're all a mystery to ourselves.
Exactly.
I believe you would be called a hatchling.
Ah, thank you.
Not to tell you how your existence is. But...
No, it's good. Learning something new every day. Sure, I can give it the old what is it? Hatchlings try, I guess. And you said I had to throw these things?
Yeah, it's 5 copper pieces per dart, or 3 for a silver.
All right. I probably won't need more than one shot at this. I will pay 5 copper for 1 dart.
All right, go ahead and roll me a dexterity check. Right? Isn't that normally ranged attacks?
Unless it's muscle powered, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it should be Dex plus proficiency.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Unless he's not proficient with darts.
I mean,
Oh.
I feel like
And
See
either
you.
way, the 3 points won't help.
Oh no.
I
Are,
think
are,
it
are
still might
darts
be
martial
negative.
or?
Oh, they're a simple weapon.
They're simple range. Yeah, as long as you can
Alright,
use
cool.
simple range, you can add your.
You need every
I
advantage
don't
you can
actually
get.
know if I can use simple range. Give me a quick. Well, DM, would you like me to roll with proficiency or no?
Sure.
Okay, I will take
It's like,
proficiency.
can you roll for bar games?
Yeah, you are proficient with simple weapons, by the way. Oof.
All right, I
Nice.
rolled a 2 and I got a 1.
Okay, so there are
All of that.
hundreds of balloons, and it is a sharp point, or a pretty sharp point, and you just whiff it. You like throw it over the dartboard completely. And he was like, he looks at you like, he's like, was that just a donation? Is that what you're telling? Was that just a, I could have kept it if you didn't need to.
Yes, of course it was just a donation. I mean, look at how many tykes you got around you. I'm just trying to play up the crowd, right? All right, here's another
Right.
5 copper. Give me another dart, and I'll get it this time.
Don't worry,
Okay.
Captain. You got this. And
I
this
do
time,
got it, and I don't need condescension. There we go, an 11. That's much better, much more respectable.
Boop! It hits one of the darts, or it hits one of the balloons on the dartboard. Can you roll me a D100, please?
Ooh.
I certainly can.
Oh shit.
Big
Oops,
money, big money.
that was the wrong dice. Bear with me, please.
Biggest of money.
21.
A
Good age.
21.
Well,
Good
it's
number.
divisible by 3.
You have he comes back and opens up a little piece of paper and he says, "Medal of the meat pie." All right. And he goes over to bin number, he has a whole bunch of bins and dives in bucket number 21 and pulls out a coin that has what looks to be like a meat pie symbol sort of pressed into it. And it's a copper coin and it's about the size of your palm. So it's rather large. And he says to you, "Oh, this is one of my favorites. The kids love these too. And they smell so good." He hands you a medal of the meat pie. And with this common wondrous item, you can gain 2d4 plus 2 temporary hit points when you use an action to press this medal inside of your mouth. And once you use this property, it can't be used again, and the metal becomes non-magical.
Huh.
And while you hold it, it's warm to the touch, as if as if you're holding a pie that has come recently out of the oven, and it faintly smells of baked pie crust.
Brings back memories of old. I think. Well, thank you very much. See, as I told you, it was good for my shot, and you got some money and some more people in the crowd, right? I'm sure any of my companions would love to give me some one-uppance in this contest.
Yeah, actually, while I'm taking like all of this in, I'm kind of like judging like distances and like the right velocity as like a ranged weapon user, and I flip a silver up to the person running the stand.
And with that, he holds up his hand, and inside his knuckles are 3 darts, and he hands them to you.
All right. Um, I guess I start throwing them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I do have elvish accuracy, if I recall. So let's.
You get like you're like a super, you get like super advantage on these. So. As a sharpshooter, I'd expect no less.
Right. Let's just roll that attack.
Oh.
Ooh, spicy.
18.
Nice. Is that with my crazy advantage?
Oh yeah.
No, it's not. Let's see if I can get better than that. That was only like a 13. Well, I'm not winning any awards there. That was just the first one, right? So there was an 18 with the first one. I guess I'll throw the second and third ones to see if I get any better.
You just definitely popped one. You popped a nice looking balloon. He says, throw them all. We'll collect your prize after. Oh, I thought that was a 20 to 14.
I did
Damn.
too. I was so upset.
Oh, 19's good.
Yeah, I
And
guess.
17.
I guess
All
that's
right.
fine.
But none are better than my 21.
Your 21 was for a prize.
Oh, that's right.
I don't even know if higher is better.
Yeah, right? For all we
Okay,
know,
so-
one is like the best.
So he comes over and he says to you, since you've hit all three, I'll give you the option. You can turn these. You can take three of these items, or you can turn these all in for one upgraded item.
One upgraded item, please.
All right, roll me a D100.
D100. Playing all of your favorite hits from the Radiant Citadel. That's
78.
Yeah, 78.
All right, so this item they pull out or he goes over to his specialty bin and pulls out a little baggie that has a word scribbled in it, and as it gets a little bit closer, you can look at it, and it says, oh no, hold on, this is for firearms. Never mind. That one's stupid. Let me pick the one next to it.
Says butts.
It says butts. You wouldn't want this.
Oh no, not butts.
I love that company.
Okay, so he hands to you what seems to be a scaled ornament, and as you get a little bit closer, it seems to be what resembles a sleeping dragon. And this ornament can be affixed to, is a piece of jewelry that can be affixed to your cloak, another wearable accessory, and it appears to be fashioned from a dragon's scale, tooth, or claw. And you can describe that as you wish. And it incorporates various geometric shapes and patterns. And while you have this on you and attuned, you have advantage on saving throws to avoid being charmed or frightened, or to end those conditions while on you.
Oh man, I'm extra elfy.
Nice.
I love it. I like clip it. Is it like a clip-on tie type of thing, or like what is like the mechanism that like does it like kind of pin on, or?
Yeah, it's like a small, like little trinket, like a little bauble. And
Okay.
it has that like dragon, we'll say,
Yeah.
like a dragon scale imagery. And you can affix it to like your earring. If you wanted to have like a longer earring, you could put it on a jewelry. You could put it on, your cloak, or wear it like a brooch. So you can sort of affix it to yourself in various ways. And then it would require attunement to get its benefit.
All right. I will I'll like snap it on like an earring, and I just sort of like montage show it off, swinging my head back and forward as I start to let those magical attunement juices start.
All right.
You look beautiful with those on. You shine like the radiant citadel itself, Ilya.
That is quite the compliment, and I'm gonna take it because I'm feeling myself.
And as you should.
I think everyone else should try too. Like, there's some pretty sweet items here.
Is there one for sure? I'm more of the type that likes to hit things hard, if you know what I mean, or at least slice through them quickly. Any other games, perhaps? My accuracy with a bow is pretty nice, but with the dart, might not be so much.
You can see that there are several other games placed around. Most of them are generally, meant for younger folks or, I mean, anyone can really play in party games, but the darts ones are here. You see off in the distance, they're sort of like a shell type game where they're moving stuff around, and I don't know. I'll be honest, guys. I didn't come up with a ton of games.
You're moving right into like, yeah, we're doing 3-card Monty over here, throwing
Right.
dice in the alleyway. What?
Right. So,
They're playing
does
Mahjong
anyone
over here.
right? So does anyone else want to play? We'll say that you guys sort of find the stand that you wish, if you want. Does anyone else want to play any other sort of games while we're making your way?
I do want to say my Thordal's wildfire spirit definitely wanders off for a second while watching like everybody play the games because he himself doesn't, and manages to obtain a piece. Some of the food that is around that he most definitely didn't pay for, but charmed his way into getting.
All right. You can see that there are plenty of food stands about, and some people are excitedly handing away samples, and so you can have walked over and grabbed a full-size portion, not realizing that it was meant to be. And they said that's whatever the name of the celebration today. So you come back with a warm meal in hand. Anyone else? Aura, you wanted to try your hand at a
strength-based.
They have one of those,
great.
hit the hammer with the thing and the bell.
Oh,
Yes,
good
yes.
one. Yeah, they have exactly. So you see far off in the distance, there's a smash the crystal, and there's a sort of like a bit like exactly like a what is it, like a lever type thing, and you can smash it and it sort of goes up, and if it hits the top, it'll shatter and create like a fireworks like display and win. So test your strength. So you step on up, and she says, "Do you have what it takes, young sir or ma'am?"
Yeah, excuse me. I kind of take off my mask piece, revealing that so Aura has teeth on the outside of her mouth, so she looks a little like I guess Velociraptor-ish. That she kind of smiles with her very toothy grin, goes, "Madam, and yes, I think I'll be able to conquer this one personally. How much is it, and what will I win?"
Well, here you see we have ring the crystal, and if you find yourself strong enough making it to the top tier, you could win yourself some very good prizes. And she points back to a similar sort of array of about like 15 or so different like trinkets and baubles and stuff. So they say this one is 3 silver pieces to play. And I'll warn you, it's a little bit harder than some of the other games because, well, these crystals are heavy. And she goes to hand you a hammer as if knowing that you're gonna do it anyway.
Oh, not heavy enough. Stand back, please. As Aura spits in her hands and grabs onto the mallet and steps up. And when she'll get into like this fighting stance, more like she's carrying her katana, which is still in a scabbard on her side. As she bends her knees and raises her arm up, she kind of steps back and uses that momentum to drive the hammer down. And I would like to use a bonus action to invoke my what is it called? Fighting Spirit. As a bonus action, I can do this at advantage.
All right. So you go ahead. You call forth your fighting spirit. How do you do so? Is it a rally cry, or what do you do?
It's actually silent. For Aura is a crystal dragon. She exudes this psionic energy, and everyone around her within a certain radius kind of feel like a reverberation in their mind as she hones in and concentrates, bringing everything to a still point where she freezes for a moment and just like the wind strikes back as you can feel this kind of psionic push. She slams down and the wind pushes back, bouncing as the mallet bounces onto the lever machine thing.
You see that the gnome lady sort of was about to say, like, did she fall asleep? But like before that happens, you have your moment of silence and then smash down. So roll me an athletics at advantage.
Oh, yes. $21. Oh, this is nope. This sorry. That is the wrong skill. Let's try.
Oh, you were rolling Villius.
Villius, yes.
I'm just that good.
Sorry, I clicked on the wrong one. I was wondering why my thing was so low. Okay, let's try this again. 19.
Okay. I'll take, what is it, a +7? No, I'll take the 18 because that was what you originally rolled. So 18 plus 7 is 25.
25.
You see this crystal zip up to the top, hit the stopper and shatter, and like it turns into these glimmering sparkles and ding 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 ding. We have a winner. She is strong. Holy cow. The first one of the day and many more hopefully to come. Come, step up and claim your prize, Champion Crystal Dragon.
I told you I would win. I mean, was there any ever doubt? I bring it to you every carnival.
Oh, oh, yes, that's right. You did this last year. I recall you just were shy of shattering.
I've definitely worked out a lot since that year. The light shines heavy upon my brow.
Well, it certainly has come through for you today. Roll me a D100.
Ooh.
D100.
D100 for
number 4. Let's see.
You are immortal. No, I'm just kidding.
You are immortal. No. She says, ooh, I feel like you're a morning person, so this is probably going to come in quite handy for you.
Oh.
And she pulls out a bottle, and this bottle has sort of a open lip at the front, sort of like a thermos, and engraved on it is a symbol of like a bean. And you can, as you sort of slosh it around, you can hear, and when you pop the cork and smell, it smells like a nice hot cup of coffee as she hands to you. I hope you enjoy this bottle of boundless coffee. And this metal bottle carries delicious warm coffee. The bottle comes with a stopper, which is attached by a little chain. And even when it opens, the bottle won't accept any other liquid than the coffee it produces. Coffee inside is always comfortably warm, and none of the heat can be felt through the bottle. Oh, just kidding. Guess you can't feel it. Each time you drink this coffee, you can roll a d20. Out of 1, the bottle refuses to dispense coffee for the next hour, and if you pour coffee from the bottle rather than from drinking it, the coffee vanishes the moment it leaves. So it is basically free coffee forever, unless you roll a 1, in which case it no longer produces for an hour.
This is... See, I've never had coffee before. I've always wanted to try it, or will then go and consume a large amount of this coffee.
You are the last person who needed any such beverage.
It was so good. Oh, I'm just getting feels a little hot in here, isn't it? So what are we gonna do next?
And you all feel Aura sort of pick up the pace with what she's saying and how peppy she's being.
Listen, where is pretty good next? We gotta go so many different places. Oh my god, I can't see. What's that over there? What's that over there? What is that over there? She kind of just runs off.
Vin's like, Captain, I'm gonna need a drink to handle this.
About those libations.
I was hoping you were. I was hoping you would ask. and he just kind of passes the flask down to the small firefox.
Which, funny enough, he does take a small swig from, but then Thordal takes the rest.
And easy enough, there are adult beverage vendors around if you wish to grab yourself a beer or wine or some more rum, etc. And those are roughly like 2 or so silver, 3 silver.
We should
For a drink.
probably get there a bit early, though. So we've been playing games for a bit, just so we can be established. We are supposed to be the security to the security for this event.
Yeah.
I
All right.
guess.
Oh,
I
yeah.
guess.
What? Oh, yeah. We should. Yeah, get a move on.
All right. So
Eric may
you
have been
guys-
somewhat interested in the belly dancers as a student of dance himself.
Yeah, absolutely. As Aura was smashing her crystal, you could have been off on the side watching.
If anyone was looking, he jumped when it exploded.
All right. So you guys play games, have some food, take in some sights. A few people wave to you. You spend the next few, hour or so walking your way up and find easily enough your spot in the parade procession line and recover your crates and goodies and things to hand out, and are directed by your other guild members. And eventually Guildmaster Krell comes up and says, all right, the procession's about to start. We have our all of our affairs in order, and Sohole is going to start and end the procession as she always does, and hopefully we'll have a good year. We've been getting quite a lot of intrigue about our float, and I can't wait to turn it on and show these people what it really looks like. And as it has a gyroscopic nature and sort of whirls and whizzes, you didn't get to see that when it was, off back at the guild hall, but you're all seem quite excited to experience. Sohole, as you all know, she is. All of the speakers represent their various people and cultures, and there's about, like I said, less than 27. There's 27 major societies, but there's about 15 that currently reside on the Radiant Citadel, and those others are missing. She was the first person and led the effort 100 years ago to re-find this Citadel. She is the first speaker that ever holds this position and still does to this day. She is, a famed ancient brass dragon, and often takes the form of an affectionate old lady with older brown skin and dark hair. And she is quick to anger, but quick to love. She does have some rivals and adversaries aplenty, but friends and suitors are even greater in number. She loves a good drink, loves dancing even more, and spending her free time with the common people of the city. And she often is the one leading negotiations with the other factions. They are it is a Senate sort of atmosphere, and they're all equals. But if one person were to be a half a step above the others, it would be her. She is sort of like the speaker the lead speaker, as it will. And so, and it is, I want to say, pretty widely known that she, is more powerful than appears, but not everyone knows that she is a brass dragon. You, as guild members, have interacted with her directly, or at least been in her presence with the guild master and others, as she often comes to you and to the guild for favors and, quests and offers and such. You see her walk up in a gorgeously adorned red and golden, sari-like dress with a golden embroidery of flowers sort of adorning the the trim around the edges, and it is, you know, a sort of deep satin sash sort of hung around her. She wears lots of jewelry, has big hoop earrings, lots of bangles and jewels, and a, you know, gray streak through her hair, a la Rogue style, X-Men rogues. She takes her spot at the front of the procession, and you can see she sort of puts her hand up, and as she does, not in like a military salute, like a sort of like a mental state, and you can see she seems to be connecting and sort of checking in with the various leaders and guild members, and the rest of the people in this procession get into line, and the parade seems to straighten up as she's about to begin. She puts her hand to her throat and puts her hand out, and she faces her palm towards the oral diamond. And as she does, the oral diamond starts to glow brighter and brighter, and it changes sort of in a rainbow mother of pearl swirl, and eventually it lands on a soft pink, and it just radiates, and a warm voice comes from the center of the city for everyone in all places to hear. And she says, "My name is Solhe, and I am pleased to be the first speaker and representative of the peoples. Today is a wonderful day. It is a 100th-year celebration, and we are excited to have all of you attend and revel with us. Our ancestors would be proud. We have accomplished much. We have found distant relatives, grown our city even more, and saved plenty. While we have had some hard times, we have had more joy. And today we will revel in all that we do. For ourselves, for our ancestors, and for the future. Let us begin." And this sort of calm feeling washes over everybody. And if you are proficient in charisma saves, I will allow you the opportunity to save against this. If you know that this is something you probably don't want to save against, but if you do, only if you are proficient will I let you attempt. Are any of you proficient in charisma saves, and will you attempt to save against this?
No and no.
Nope.
No thank you.
All right. You feel this warming presence sort of envelop you, and you feel the effects of a sort of not exactly a calm emotion. It's sort of like a reflavoring of that, where it's like a bolster excitement, and you can see that everyone feels this her presence and her majesty. And for the next 1 hour in particular, everyone sort of has this additional like jubilant feeling, like they can't help but smile and feel proud and feel happy, and the parade begins. You guys are about 16th in line, so not exactly actually no, I just said there was 15, so we'll say you're about 8th in line. So you're not you're about halfway in the parade, with some people behind you and some in front. And with that, the march begins, and you can see there's all the various groups and cultures have their own version of their floats, but sort of like Disneyland style, they have people walking in front dancing and flipping and this, and people handing out beads and singing, and just sort of like a joyous celebration from all. And your group and guild and representatives are handing out, beads and rock candies, and other groups are handing out small little board games or magnets or trinkets and lots of things. And you can't help but feel the palpable joy of this city as you guys make your way through the parade. Is there anything in particular that you want to do as you're walking and enjoying the festivities, as you see the people and smell the foods? And
Yeah, I would like to get to the best vantage point, which I'm assuming is on top of our like float. And um so sort of in the theme with the parade, I want to fully summon my spirit, and he just bursts into flames for a second. I do it up in the air so it doesn't hit anybody, and sort of puts off a little show as he's sort of just running in the air above me now, trailing fire behind him. As I want to use it to keep a lookout, and I want my spirit to help me keep a lookout as well with his also higher vantage point. And I'm just looking for people who look like they aren't enjoying things. They might be up to something, like just non celebratory attitudes.
All right. Yeah, sure. Roll me a perception check for both of you.
Can I get advantage with my
Or yeah, sure. Yeah, you can roll with advantage because your Vin is helping you.
Really good.
Really, really good. Yeah, so you keep this eye out, and you can also, so as you do, for the most part, you see people are smiling, people are enjoying their time. There's, old folks sort of telling stories, and you can see youngsters and even people from other backgrounds smiling as they listen in. You can see people dancing and sharing different footsteps and, sort of intermingling and, swinging about. You can see that there is a lot of, jubilant activity today. And for the most part, you don't catch a frown or a misstep about. You see small children really like eyes wide and just sort of so excited, and you see Eric hand over one of the little pouches, and a little boy just, oh my god, I was so excited, I wanted a rock candy so bad. And just the pure joy of like youth being excited and taking part in this wonderful celebration. But we'll say that you keep this 27 as we proceed through the parade, and I'll let you know if you spot anything.
Okay.
Does anyone else want to do anything as you guys make your way for the next, 2 hours or so down the parade route, or interact with the crowd in some way?
Eric is very much in the spirit. Like you said, he's busy handing out little gift bags. Every now and then he'll mage hand one over to someone. Like yoink it a little bit out of reach every now and then just before handing it down to someone. Not a kid who looks like they're going to take it poorly, but he's in the spirit of things. He's if there's music, is there music to accompany the parade?
I know. I'm sorry. No, I promise.
Oh no! I mean, I don't. No, I'm not asking you. I'm asking in game.
Yes. So you hear there's lots of different sounds and groups playing music, and some of your guild members are full swing playing their dulcimers and flutes and creating intricate patterns and intermingling sounds as they.
He'll try to keep to the beat then, as he's walking.
Air. All right. Anyone else wish to do anything in particular while the parade carries on?
Aura is just a shining beacon, and she reaches out, as terrible as this may be, with her psionics, as she can, within 30 feet, talk to people's minds. And as she reaches to the crowd, she kind of waves and goes, "Hope you're having a great time. Hope you're having an awesome. Oh, may the light of the radiance be upon you." And but not saying this, just interjecting herself into people's thoughts. As she just kind of on top of the float, just waving and just trying to be as shiny and exuberant as possible.
Yeah, in this moment, you have actually experienced that before. Most people, sort of take it awkwardly when you interject into their minds, but the people that look up and see you shining as this wonderful beacon, they're not aware that you're talking to them directly, and they just feel like they just feel this, like the warmth, like you're hugging them with the voice in their mind, and no one seems off put in this moment. And you feel the reciprocation of their joy as you make your way through the city.
Excellent. Just continue to go ahead and just wave and be a beacon right in the highest point on the float at the furthest point forward, so everyone can see. And also, Aura will then, in the spirit of shining light, will will unsheath her blade, Lightbringer, and then say this word in Draconic, Bexnekar. And when she does, it ignites into a brilliant flaming sword as she waves in the air as like almost like a beacon for everyone to watch.
All right, the bright light is there, and you can see people in oohs and ahs fill the crowd as you wave it around.
Okay. And that's it.
Vilya, Rourke, you guys want to do anything?
I think I'm just like taking in as much of this as possible from on top of the float. Like I really wasn't lying. Like I've I've really only been in the Citadel for a few months, and this is the first celebration I've really been a witness to. Um Captain Rourke, I mean, do you want to? And actually, I remember now that Captain Rourke is on the ground, so I will cast Misty Step and end up next to Captain Rourke on the parade path.
Ooh, you hear people sort of shout out.
As you do, you catch Rourke kind of mid bite through one of the gift baskets. He has done his best to try and distribute these among the local children and populace, but a couple of times a big turtle folk comes by, a small child who, instinctually wants to run away. And,
Oh my goodness, Rourke!
he's not gonna let the food go to waste. So yeah,
Rourke,
you
you're
definitely
missing the
surprised
spirit
me.
of things. Oh my goodness, let me help you. Here, children, here we have but 95 more bags to give it away.
You sort of whip out to the local kids, whoop, 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 throw it, just
Yeah.
sort of throwing them at the kids and people around. You hit like a man in the face. He was like, I didn't, oh, okay, fine, I'll take it.
Yeah.
I didn't. Oh.
yeah.
Rourke, you're gonna make yourself sick eating so much candy. You have to give it to the children.
Oh,
Also,
this is candy?
also, our boss told us they will take our money away if we don't get rid of all these things. So we have to like give them away.
Well, I don't know about you, Vilya, but can't give, can't take what you've already given away. And
Oh my gosh.
but yeah,
gods.
of course, and Rourke will start just throwing bags into the crowd. Not nearly as precise as Vilya, and so most of them end up like 3 feet in front of his toes, and
Rourke, I'll tell you a secret. If there's anybody who looks like an asshole, you throw them at their head directly.
uh, present company included.
I mean, I wouldn't throw anything at Eric or Aura, but you never know. I guess
It
Thor
was more.
Thordal definitely not either. So
No,
I guess. Oh, you mean me?
no, of course I don't mean you. Anyway, let's see. Starts tossing a bunch of bags.
All right. So you guys quickly make up for not throwing some out, earlier in the parade, but you're passing your guild hall now, and you proudly look upon the crest and logo, or not logo, the crest of the placard, and see it. And, outside of the guild, you see some of your members also throwing stuff to the kids and handing out things. And you know that you're coming close to the end of the procession and quickly throw out some to the people of this area and leave just a few left as you round your bout, make your way around the corner, and see that you're getting ever closer to the entrance, Preserve of the Ancestors entrance.
Eric, we go here.
Oh my goodness, a little kid named Juriel Sweetspring runs out and says, me, please, can I have one?
Target acquired, and Rourke will throw it at their face.
Juriel, thanks for the follow. You get a bag of beads and a piece of rock candy from the procession. Great Turtle throws it in your direction. Thanks so much for the follow, and hope you enjoy the treat. With that being said, the procession slowly comes. The floats and all of the people continue to carry on, but you guys are beckoned with the guildmaster to stay close and listen to the leader of the ancestors as they all gather near the preserve. Slowly, but surely, as another half an hour or so passes, the rest of the rest of the floats of the parade and the people make their way, and here you can see, the different dancing, styles, the acrobatics, the feats of illusion, the color guard, if you will, of another group, and the drums of another, and each of these all have their own unique flair and ability, and it's just so exciting to see and enriching to know that all of these people come from here, or they don't come from here, they come from other places, but they find their self home, and you all have this shared space, and it's exciting and a great display of camaraderie. And although there are days and times of differences and culture clashes, but today it seems everyone is reveling and enjoying each other for who and what they are, and it is a sight to behold. As I said, quick few hours pass, and you can see in front of the preserve of the ancestors, Solhe and the other leaders gather, the other speakers for their group. Behind in this sort of courtyard area are sort of like the nobles, the heads of house, like your guild master, you guys, a few of the elite people of the preserve come to pay honor and listened to the closing speech of Solhe. And in this moment, the floats have carried on, and the crowd sort of dies down or dulls down for a moment, and you can see Solhe again touches her throat, puts her hand out and waves, sort of as if she's cutting a symbol into the air, and you can see the aural diamond begin to glow and sort of radiate different colors and feelings, and after a moment it settles on a dark, deep blue, and in this she says, "Today is a wonderful day, and we put on display for everyone here to see our culture, our shared story. We are all from different places and hail from many far corners of the multiverse, but this is our home, and this is whom we are. This place is worthy of our protection, of our sacrifice, and of our celebration. In this moment, let's take some time to remember those whom have passed, those whom have fought for this sacred space, and for those whom still need this sanctuary in the future." And with that, the diamond sort of emanates a sort of cold feeling, and you feel like it is a solemn moment. And across the entirety of the Radiant Citadel, the sounds slowly dampen as there's a moment of silence and remembrance. And as she goes to speak, one of there's this feeling of awe and remembrance, and you can feel that it's palpable in the air. And it's not like there's a tension at first. You feel that this is a genuine moment where people are remembering those whom have fought so hard for this sanctuary. Thordal, Vilya, the most perceptive and keen-eyed of the group, sort of notice that one of the speakers seems to be like almost like clutching their stomach, and Solhe begins to look over at her and seems like worried, like something is going to happen. And you see that she quickly like cuts like a cancel, and the diamond itself relaxes its blue hue, and the music that was deafened and dampened begins to rise back up, and the energy of the crowd begins to grow. She's about to say her next piece, and a familiar person to you, Thordal, begins to sort of like cough and retch, and you notice immediately that this is Bella Terraini. She is the speaker for the trainee druids and the natural people, those whom you meant to help. She sort of coughs and writhes, and as she does, this black smoke billows out of her mouth and creates this ghastly figure above her. And this deep, dark figure says in this unnatural voice, "You do not belong here. This is a preserve for those whom are pure. This place belongs to only those whom fought to defend it and died for these lands. Look at this mixed culture. Look at you soiling and spilling in the land. You disgust me. I curse you, Ichor, plague on all of your houses." And this spirit begins to grow and writhe as it creates this like black cloud in this area. And you can see she sort of falls down, and her body starts to like writhe as this black ichor, fills in the area. You can see that Solhe is sort of like shocked in this moment, and she puts her hands to her temples and looks at the other guild leaders. And in a moment of unison, 5 of the other speakers put their hands up and form sort of a 5 others, including her, form a hexagon around here. And you hear this booming Imperium Totem Silence. And with that, a radiating sphere of magic encompasses this entire area. And you can see that this smoke spirit has been sort of held in place, but so have everyone else. You guys included are like locked in this frozen space, like this, sort of like a time stop for this moment. And it seems as if everything else outside of this bubble is continuing on, as if there hasn't been this evil spirit or thing sort of come throughout. And in a sort of like a person who is frozen in time, you see Solhe exhale, and she walks over through this temporal space, and she comes to the Guildmaster, Corel, and touches him and whispers. You're sort of all locked in this temporal space, so you're not sure exactly what's happening, but you're aware. Your eyes are open. You can see, you can hear. You can see all of the speakers sort of keeping this pose and creating this hex field around the preserve of the answers and ancestors, and this keeping this sort of being locked in this space. The Guildmaster turns and points out each of you, the 5 of you, and says, she comes over and touches each of your head. And as she does, you feel this wash of temporal energy sort of awaken you, and you find yourself freely able to move in this space. And she says to you, "Champions, it seems as if I was caught off guard. I thought our 100th year celebration could commence without issue, but someone has afflicted Bella. She is clearly not in her right mind. And Solhe says, you three, and you three specifically being, Rourke, Eric, and Thordal, worked with her, and says, the Guildmaster has informed me that you worked with her, providing her gift to the ancestors. What happened? Was there something that went awry? Was there an issue that I should be made aware of?
Two potential issues, Speaker. The first was that when we had arrived at the glade, it had been overtaken by Sahuagin, the fish people. They had slaughtered the caretakers and were corrupting the glade itself. We were able to drive to kill to kill the invaders, and our friend Thordal was able to reinvigorate the glade, causing it to throw off the taint and produce the lotus flower as it was supposed to, or so we had thought. And he, as he says, so we had thought, he gestures at the smoky figure. The other, which I don't imagine it could be connected, but maybe, is that apparently one of the acolytes was not so much on a pilgrimage as he was collecting what I assumed were alchemical regents for sale or personal use from the grove. But now that I think about it, he was doing that while it was throwing off the corruption. So possibly he used some of those and the corruption made its way into her. Captain, you interrogated the Swagan. What did he say about them being promised the glade?
The one survivor that we showed mercy to didn't know too much. Unfortunately, the leader and priestess of the enemy were killed in battle earlier on, but the creature did mention that they were under orders. Some sort of transaction had transpired, and they were under orders to corrupt the grove. And we had caught that individual seemingly acting shifty, I believe. Correct, Thordal? And Vin? We had noticed something previously about their demeanor that seemed to belie some sort of ulterior motives, and I believe we mentioned such to the speaker, to Bella, but it's been many days since we mentioned it, so I think we all kind of assumed it was being taken care of. But
So Holy says, oh, go ahead.
Vin and Thordal, correct me if I'm wrong or if I missed something there.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, we reported it. We didn't hear anything back. We assumed it was all handled.
Vin, do you remember what he took? I didn't notice it, but it might matter.
I don't think I was the one to notice it either.
Captain?
I believe it was mostly, like you said, Eric, a smattering of different herbs. I'm no herbologist or whatever the word for that profession might be. I am not that. But we, I assumed the person to know would have been Bella, and we let her know about this individual shifty dealing. So
she is young and proud, and was recently elected speaker. She probably felt this was something she could handle on her own and within her ranks. She probably didn't wish to worry us, and therefore held something that she should have shared. It is all right. Something that we all do from time to time.
Yeah,
You
are we
must.
concerned about that? Like,
Yes, we are concerned about that. The sacred grove that you went to, not only does it produce the lotus of her culture and people, it also has quite a few of other magical reagents of which are specifically linked to her people. So those magics could have been used to influence or anger those whom are connected to her. I I need you to do me a favor. Please head into the preserve of the ancestors and seek out the Emerald Dawn Incarnate. It's of the Trainee people. It will give you guidance. We are creating a barrier and an illusion around this space. We can't alert the general populace. They must not know. Not yet until we understand exactly what this is. Please,
We're
I
on it.
beseech you.
Say no more.
And Eric will suit action to word and begin weaving through the paralyzed crowd towards the preserve of the ancestors.
All right. You all probably have been in here at least, at least I would say a handful of times over the years. Maybe you, Vilya, you've probably only been in once during your initiation when you chose the house you did. And this is a sort of a pocket space. Like you literally are going to inside of this oral diamond. But once you cross the threshold, it's like a savanna of open space. It is a large, just sort of almost endless plain of flowing grass and wind, and it's as if there's this its own ecosystem within, and you can feel the power and the energy, and you see these sort of jewel collectives, some that represent like a ruby pangolin, the size of a car, sort of wandering through the lanes. You see a mother of pearl, like dozens, hundreds of them sort of collective together and forming a tree that sort of sways in a breeze. You see an emerald beast, or actually roll me perception to see if you see the emerald beast.
All right.
All of you can. And there is a amphitheater in the center, like about 50, no more than that, like about 150 feet directly in. You can see that there is sort of like an amphitheater where all of the speakers gather and host there. All right. So, Vilya, a little shook. Captain Rourke, Aura, you sort of scout around. You point out the pangolin, you point out the opal tree, you point out various things, but it's Thordal who notices far off in the distance there's an emerald being, or what seems to be a vibrant green emerald being. And it sort of looks like a closed bud. And you guys can sort of run to and approach this being.
Yeah, Thordal points it out, and Ben's like, "Come on, this way. We have to hurry."
Yeah. Eric will head in the direction.
All right. You know that the incarnates, and these are known as the Dawn Incarnates, they preserve knowledge of all of the various cultures and peoples that come within. So when a spirit of a person passes, it forms into a crystalline gem of its people, and if brought into the preserve, forms an amalgamation of all of the histories, people that have come before him, and it is a keeper of vast wisdoms of, from the various distant lands, and each one is, holds the spirit of, the same. So, they've come in various shapes and sizes, but they all generally take the shape of a beast, a creature, or even sometimes a plant. As I said before, there was a pangolin, a ruby pangolin. You've seen the opal tree. There's also a turquoise lion, but what you approach is the emerald lily, and it is a closed or not lily, a lotus. That's what I've been saying the whole time. I don't know. I switched to lily all of a sudden. A closed lotus, and it's sort of these layers of emerald sort of folded upon each other, like as if it is, in its bulb-like state, like an unopened flower. And as you approach, it sort of starts to open up. What do you guys do?
Is there do we know an appropriate way to greet or attract the attention of one of these things? Like, is there anything we're supposed to say?
You know that they are, they're not malicious or duplicitous. They don't necessarily answer all questions easily or without a price, or sometimes they speak in riddles. They are like the identities and the like will of these people, and they are a literal step above the speakers. Like the speakers are elected by the peoples, and then the speakers themselves have to be presented to the Dawn Incarnate and pass a test to see if they really embody the will of those they serve. So they are, very lofty. I'm trying to think of the right word.
Revered?
Revered creatures and beings. So they're sort of spirits, and they generally are friendly, but you would approach them with like reverence and care.
Okay, but there's no like specific invocation or anything you're supposed to say?
No.
Okay. Dawn Incarnate. Sorry for. I apologize for interrupting you, but your speaker Bella is under attack from some mystical corruption. Sorry, I forgot the name of the woman who gave us the quest.
Bella.
No.
Terraini.
No. The dragon.
Solhei.
Speaker Solhei bade us to come to you and seek your wisdom in helping to stop the corruption and save Bella. Please, if you could give us any guidance, that would be. We're desperately in need.
Sure, absolutely. So as you approach, you say this to the quivering lotus, and you can see it sort of open and bloom. And as it does, this sort of chiming sound appears, and a voice appears in all of your collective minds, and it says, "Beneath the moon's pale light, a garden where sleepers rest in the night, amongst field and stone and bone, where memories linger and are not alone. But beware, wanderer, of the darkling fiend, who seeks to defile and tarnish that scene. Its evil touch upon the bone tree takes hold, draining the essence of the brave and bold. Heed my words and tread with care, for the tree's power is beyond compare. If you wish to keep its magic alive and well, protect the resting place where memories dwell."
Thank you for your wisdom.
It sort of quivers and closes.
Okay. Bow. And okay, thank you, because
If you want, you can each roll me an insight to understand or discern what they mean. Those of you whom have been lived in the Citadel for more than 5 years can roll with advantage.
What you got against newbies there, DM?
Sorry, you probably just don't know enough about it to sort of interpret and understand its message.
That's fair. That's why I got a 5.
Right, that's fair.
17. I think we have quite the mystery on our hands, everyone. But I think we'll be able to solve this one.
Field of Stone and Bone. Is that a graveyard?
It is, and as you say that, is it a graveyard? Aura and Thordal, immediately you think of the the fuck am I saying? The mortuary, not mortuary. What's the mausoleum? You think of the mausoleum of each of the civilizations. There's a sort of graveyard and revered place where certain cultures keep their, revered dead. And there is a, graveyard and, mausoleum buildings for each of the major cultures. Sorry on the hiccups. On the Radiant Citadel. And with your 23, you will know that, we'll say that you, as a druid, have spent some time with the trainee people because they're of nature as well. And while the lotus represents beauty and purity, they also, one of their other symbols is a bone tree. And that represents the literal skeletal structure of their people and those whom have passed. And while sometimes certain people offer their own bone to this tree, it's more like a decoration in the mausoleum at this point. But you recall that.
Do you share that with the rest of us through Vin?
Yeah, that is definitely explained. Ven is more very chaotic about explaining it and a bit over dramatic, but everybody gets the gist.
I assume we're jogging back towards the entrance. Wow, okay. I was going to complain about the riddle, but to be perfectly honest, they couldn't have been more clear.
But there's more to this riddle, especially the end. Protect the resting place where memories dwell. Do you think it's this graveyard, or is it more metaphorical, like a dreams or something like that?
I think it's just the preserve of the ancestors. I mean, I might not be very insightful here, but
Well,
it's fairly
it's
obvious.
It's talking about the tree's power. Does the tree of bone have power?
I would think everything in here has power, much like that lotus.
I mean, it does have magic, as the riddle states, so we have to protect this tree from this darkling fiend. That's what really concerns me.
Well,
I'm sure
yeah.
we'll be able to take whatever thing lies on the other side of this graveyard.
Where is the graveyard, Thordal?
Near the House of Convalescence.
Oh, so pretty close.
So we should head there immediately. And yes, I agree with you, Captain. There's no way some darkling's going to be able to defeat us.
Right.
Should we tell the speaker?
Yeah, I could do that real
Seems
quick.
like a good idea.
We can actually just everybody head towards the house. And well, yeah, just everybody head there. I'll convey that message real quick.
Okay, you guys are able to run out of the Preserve of the Ancestors a few moments later. If you hang a quick right and sort of slope down the cliff, generally people don't, jump down, let's say, from here to here. But you can absolutely do it, especially you guys as adventurers. You might have feather fall or other things to sort of help this this gap, because it is about a 50-foot drop down.
Okay, I will use Featherfall so that we don't have to run. And
because this picture in particular is sorry, not that one. Where is it? It's sort of hard to tell because of how top down it is, but if you look there, maybe it is actually more than 50 feet. Just kidding, I was lying. It's like several hundred feet of one fall down to the bottom, but you're basically jumping down a layer. Like if you look on this map, let me share this. You're like up here at the top of this arrow and jumping down to the bottom like that.
Oh,
well,
that's
as long as
much worse.
Yes, you're jumping down quite a distance.
Well, as long as it's less than 600 feet, we'll be fine.
Sure, it's 500 feet. You're good.
Gravity and I have a good relationship. I never
Okay,
go up,
everyone.
I only goes down.
Everybody, 3, 2, 1,
Oh, no.
Alley-ho!
Not even
Jumped
a
off.
bit of rope.
In the speaker's head, as we're falling down, she becomes aware of where we're heading and our mission.
Is it a message that you're sending? Does she get to respond?
Yes, it is. I'm making a mental link with her before I'm out of range. And it is, yeah, Thordal's doing it, not Ben.
All right. No one else knows that but you, and you hear in your mind, be safe. It seems as if we have horrible infiltrators in our midst, and poor Bella could not have been taken over by something like this unless they were here and meddling in with dark magics.
And as we're falling and screaming, Ven calls out, well, Vin, I keep calling him Ven. Vin calls out to the group. The speaker says there's probably, bad people everywhere, and they're probably just going to be waiting for us there, so get ready to fight.
Oh, goody! A challenge! Well, I'm quite excited, aren't you all? We're not even falling that fast, Captain.
Oh, that's right. I forgot it was Featherfall.
Yeah, you've been featherfalled, so you very safely, and it feels so weird to not be on the ground, and that vertigo feeling that you had earlier, Eric, it sort of comes back even though you're the one controlling and you can see the up and the down, but the space in between, this ethereal mist sort of, is in that in between, and it feels so awkward, but the Oral Diamond must know your intent, and you feel this pulse of pink energy from it, and you feel, even though you're falling and this vertigo come and go almost as quickly as this pink light washes over you, and you land safely, near the House of Convalescence, and can quickly make your way to the front of, one of several mausoleums. But you can, via symbol and name, find the entrance to the crypt easily enough.
Vin's with us again, right?
He never left.
Yes.
Oh, okay, right. Do you know if the crypt has guardians?
Generally, no. And you can see that they are, if they were, are missing at this point.
It's like a public space, like people go in here to pay their respects, sort of thing. Like it's not like we're going to cross the threshold and get attacked by, I don't know, druid ghosts or something.
Correct.
Okay,
yeah, correct.
Just checking.
You can see, though, normally it is an open and welcoming space, but these doors have been shut.
Okay, let's maybe start being cautious now. Look around, like, not a full investigation roll, but look around for anything that seems out of the ordinary. Signs of a scuffle, blood stains.
Yeah, roll me a perception or investigation.
Okay. Definitely be investigation for me. Woo!
Oh, yeah.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. I think that's the first one of the
First one of the
night.
stream.
You are now forever cursed. Congratulations.
Right. You, it seems as if, actually, here's where your astute wizardly knowledge comes in. So you investigate and look around, and you can tell that there was a scuffle here. You notice that there's certain nicks of like blades on a wall, or, a candelabra of one seems to be perfectly in place, but another one, the like ring on the ground, it's like slightly shifted askew. And if there was blood, and if there were, things, they've been prestidigitated away. There's no other reason why there wouldn't be some other indicator, but you're able to acutely pick out a few things that they could not prestidigitate. So if there were guards, they were killed and most likely taken inside.
Nice. As soon as he notices that, Eric will like turn to the others, like put his finger to his lips, and just like draw attention to the ring on the ground where it used to be, walk over, like run his finger over one of the nicks in the wall where where, like you said, the blade hit it, and like sort of gesture for people to get in close. Whoever's in there, whatever's in there, it doesn't want visitors, and it's taken care of the guardians. Thorol, do you think you can make us harder to spot? We have to open the door, but beyond that, it would be nice to see them before they see us.
He gives a quick nod as, again, like once before you saw, he sort of traces his staff in a circle around the group, and a small ring of fire slowly surrounds us as once that ring is fully formed, you start to feel like something magically is assisting you to be more stealthy.
Thank you. No.
Oh,
Let's
people
go.
be quiet now. It's a
Yeah.
quiet time.
Yes. For the moment, at least, please.
Well, I'll try my best, and I'll put out. My sword was lit the entire time. I will use the bonus action to put it away and resheath it.
Captain, why don't you lead off? We'll be in the middle. Aura, please protect us from any threats coming up from behind.
Oh, of course. That's what I was
Yeah.
born to do.
Can do, and you want this sneaky lark?
As much as any of us can.
Oh, I'll give it the old hatchlings try, I guess.
All right. All of you roll me a stealth check, and Captain, you can roll me a sleight of hand as you try and open the door sneaky like.
Everybody gets a
Sleight
+10.
of hand.
Okay, so 25 for me.
Do,
Wow,
do,
nice.
do I get any modifiers to this?
For your sleight of hand, I'll give you advantage since you use so stealth.
Okay.
23, 25.
Yeah, I got an 8.
I should have just gone for the dynamic entrance, I guess.
1932. Okay. So you all are able to be very sneaky and stealthily, and Captain Rourke tries to push open the door as slowly and quietly as he possibly can, but you hear this scraping of like cement on cement as it slowly opens, just like enough of a crack for you can sort of like peek in, and you can see inside that there are currently a chanting, a deep guttural chanting coming from the distance, and you notice that you stop. We'll say Thordal, since you rolled the highest stealth. You stop. You grab Captain's hand as he's pushing this door enough before anyone peeks their head in, or before the door cracks enough where anyone would notice. You hear the chanting sort of like lull, but then continue to pick back up, and it's as if you were unnoticed in sort of opening this door. But you'll have to.
And it's only just cracked open, right?
It's only just cracked open. You stopped him before, like it's not wide enough for, like Vin could probably sneak in, but no one else probably could. It's not thick enough. Maybe Vilya, he's kind of thin too. But it would need to get pushed a little bit more for like Aura and the Captain. And you're a thick boy too, so for you to get in as well.
Okay.
So I hold my finger up to my mouth and just put just tell everybody to be quiet as Vin gets up close and just goes, "All right, I'm gonna get us in. Don't make any noise because we won't have much cover. We just have yeah. Everybody just gather around." And he waits for everybody to surround him before he takes a peek through that crack in the door, and we all vanish and turn into small little embers and appear 15 feet inside.
All right. You guys poof into the chamber, and this is what you see. Do you see the map?
Yes, now I do.
For
Yes.
a second there, I thought I went
Yeah.
blind.
It's a pretty big, pretty one. And these maps are brought to you by Sezupuku, our map cartographer. You can find them on Patreon at Sezupuku. Link in the description.
Oh, it just turned pink.
But
That's as we
yeah,
arrived.
it should be pinkish.
Oh, okay.
As you sort of are bamfed in, we'll say I'll move you up just a little bit more. You guys are about, we'll say, here-ish. You can see, hold on. Let me put these people on the tracker and show them. So you can see maybe some cultists about. And far off in the distance, you can see the bone tree and cultists with blood runes chanting, 5 of them at the altar. And you can hear and see this runic structure in front of them, or in between them. You also see a few other, which would appear to be cultists, sort of tending the braziers and bodies throughout, walking around. You have yet to be noticed, but an owl sort of sits on the closest brazier to your left and looks at you all. What do you do?
Real quick question. The bone tree.
Mhm.
Are those hands for the, like, are those actual, like, limbs for the limbs of the tree? The branches?
Yeah, some parts appear to be like hands and fingers.
Great. Awesome. Love it.
Oh, wait, where is the owl sitting? On the tree, or?
The owl is right here.
Oh, there's, okay. So it's looking at us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. So
Here, I'll make it a little. It's actually a little bit bigger. You see it now?
yeah. Oh yeah.
Nobody say anything, but I think that owl has clocked us.
Does anyone speak owl? I know a phrase.
I mean, I can speak Draconic, and I mean, dragons are just big owls, right? In some way.
No, not at all. They're birds, and I unfortunately did not prep this, as animals were the last people I was trying to talk to in this first session. I was trying to talk to my players, friends. So unfortunately, I think we're stuck there.
I take my staff and sort of tap my throat with it, and you guys hear a slight "who" come from it as I start speaking with animals, and I ask the owl, just as quietly as I can, just trying to make it sound like it came from it. Are you friendly? Who?
Yeah, that's the phrase I know.
Let's see if you understand its response. Understood by no one. This owl doesn't who back at you. It flies closer, and you hear a guttural "la blah blah blah" as it flies over you, and
That's a
then
familiar. We've been made.
and then flies back to the tree.
Well, that was not as
And you
it seemed.
see.
Go loud, I guess.
You see it sort of sit in the tree. It doesn't hoot or like make a loud noise, but you can see it. It now perches in the tree after making that noise.
Don't worry, guys. He told me we're friends. Don't worry. I know him personally. That's what Ven says.
No one believes you. That was clearly demonic. So,
You have the feeling that you're right, that this might be a familiar or might be something. So you probably have a moment or two. Do you do any prep action? Any preps or actions?
How far are we from the tree? Just give or take.
You are. Let's see. What does that say?
190 feet.
90 feet. Yeah.
Or knowing that, or actually was preparing to snipe the critter after hearing this demonic speech as it flew away. So definitely would be pulling out my bow, wondering if these cultists are gonna notice us and maybe snipe them before they reach. She pulls it off of her back and says, "I think we've been made."
Let's go. I mean, he'll like wait the 6 seconds to see if anyone has a pre-battle spell they need to cast, and then let's go.
All right. Let's say, roll me some initiative.
Yep.
Oh, no,
Oh,
that
yeah.
All right.
Oh, did that not show up? DM, do you see my initiative?
I don't. If you didn't throw it in the box, it doesn't appear.
Oh, I'll take that.
16. All right. All right. All right. Okay.
Humble 8.
A humble 8.
Got this heavy gear on.
Right. Sometimes that's how it go. You hear the owl as it makes its way back to the tree. Because it uttered that gurgly, like ooh-wah-bah goba sound loudly. It wasn't like just, it was in your direction as responding to you, but it was loud enough for other people to hear as well. So let me roll some NPC initiatives and let's start this round. Thordal, you're up first. And actually, hold on, let me move your spirit because he goes right after you, I believe.
Yes,
What number are you? 22. Okay. You're up with Vin on deck. Sorry, I wish I had music.
I was going to say, time for us to become acapella singers.
Picture dramatic noise. I'll have it next time, I promise. Picture like a Final Fantasy, like building up. It's building.
I am going to move forward some.
You guys can also sort of see the like shadows, right, of like the walls and whatnot.
Yeah.
Oh, here, let me unlock so that way you guys can move your peoples at free.
Cool. I move here and I will conjure a produce flame and lob it at this guy to my left.
Yeah, you notice that there is a cultist scout there hiding behind, and as you sort of round the bend, you sort of see him pulling back a bow. Make your attack. Oh, you did. That's a hit. 24 hits.
Ooh.
15 points of damage.
And knowing we have some closer combat people, as my bonus action, then is going to be like, all right, let's get everybody just a little bit closer to this, and we'll all teleport 15 feet forward.
You're using your Vin's action to port everyone 15 feet.
Yeah.
5. You're all accepting this?
Yep.
Absolutely.
5, 10, 15. 5, 10, 15. 5, 10. You're behind. All right. You guys are a little bit closer and now can see a few of the sneaky scouts and cultists sort of lingering about. cutting up these bodies and pushing off the lids from sarcophagi and desecrating the remains of the Durrani people.
That was my turn.
All right. That was Thordal and Vin. It is a creature whom you can't see's turn. Let me go here. Let me move this. Sorry. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I believe, yeah, this definitely. You can see someone peek out from the right-hand column, or from the right side of the building, round the bend. Another one of these scouts, they sort of knock an arrow, and you can see from the distance this arrow come flying out. First one will go towards you, Thordal. 12. An arrow hits the porcelain behind you. You hear a sort of from the distance as another one gets knocked and goes flying towards Eric.
Ooh.
18
18.
does hit.
Do you have a reaction?
Um,
You see the second arrow come
Nah, it's
flying.
fine.
It's too late. Doof! It hits you right in the shoulder, impacting some of your cloth and armor. You do take a little bit of damage, but
Yeah.
8 damage, which was partially absorbed thanks to the inspiring feat. You're able to sort of knock it off, just sort of barely injured, thanks to your allies.
Inspiring speech.
Inspiring words. Yeah, inspiring words earlier. This second scout, whom was hit so hard by Thordal, pulls out his short... actually, no, he's far enough. He'll pull out the longbow and make 2 attacks on you, since you're the one that threw flames. Smashes into the staircase in front of you. Pulls out a second arrow. 17. Does that hit?
Yes.
All right. Any reactions?
Nope.
All right. You see this arrow come flying and doom, impact and hit. Oh, I should have shut that off. Normally I let you guys roll, but you did not maintain concentration for that attack, unfortunately. So the pass without a trace drops. Not that it's really that necessary.
We lost our stealth.
You lost your stealth. I'll shut that off in the settings so that way you guys can manually roll concentration. But you're hit for 8 points of damage, 10 points of damage, which is mostly absorbed to the inspiring words from Aura. So you only take 3 as you pull out this arrow.
Remember the story of the gleaming light.
You can see from around the brazier in the back, a scout peeks out, hunching behind one of the cultists. Again, pulls out a longbow, this one firing at a different target. An 11 towards you, Aura, misses. Looking as if your armor is too thick, they trains his sights on someone else, and he knocks an arrow towards you, Vilya. 7. You catch the arrow out of the air.
Try better next time.
Where is this one?
Also, damn, I'm going to add my turn on my AC enhancements magic items that I have on. They're just not applied. Just
Okay.
You know.
Another scout from around the corner runs out, jumps on top of the casket. You hear crunching of bones, clearly stepping on someone's ancestors. Knocks another arrow. Captain Rourke, you see two longbow bolts coming in your direction. Both miss. Ting, ting. Hit those ivory. What did I say? The minerals made out of the stairs in front of you.
Marble. It's marble.
The marble staircase in front of you. 2 arrows sort of shatter on impact. Vilya, it's your go. Captain Rourke on deck and Eric right behind.
All right, I would like to first move up to, I believe it's that cultist or scout number 2 that knocked me with that arrow before or tried to. I don't want to go that close. That'd be ridiculous. I'm going to kind of shoot off to the right from my initial position, probably about 10 or 15 feet to get a good angle. And I will then cast Hunter's Mark on that scout, targeting it, giving me advantage, I believe. And then I will just start knocking arrows at it. Hopefully dealing some extra damage due to the Hunter's Mark. I get 2 attacks at level 5, so I will roll twice after casting that Hunter's Mark.
Oh no, you put the effect on you, not on him.
Oh, self. Yes. Sorry.
Otherwise, he's going to do extra d6 damage.
Yeah.
I give him Hunter's Mark against me.
Right. I'll get rid of that one. 12 misses. First shot goes wide. $16 hits. Oof, you managed to sink this arrow right in the throat of the cultist. He was already hurt and damaged from Thordal's flames, and you're able to capitalize on those wounds and knock him out. He falls down on the ground off of the casket, dead and bleeding out.
Stop disrespecting the dead. Their spirits will haunt you forever.
Shouldn't it be more than a +4 for dex
Yeah,
plus proficiency plus the +1 longbow?
Let's see. Oh, because it wasn't actually set to dex?
Nice.
Why is that not the case? Oh, yeah, there it goes. Okay, now it's a +9.
So would a 17 have hit the first time?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you've killed him, so sorry. Both of them hit him and kill him.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to try and hit someone else?
No, it's fine. That's it. That's my turn.
Can you shift your hunter's mark?
I can.
Right?
Yep. I'll shift it. Do I see anybody except for that guy behind that sarcophagi?
You do see a cultist sort of near the brazier behind the sarcophagi, and you do see the
other
They're
scout.
kind of hard to. You can see that there's kind of a. There's one here. There's one here.
I'll target that first.
There's one here.
Cultist number 4. I'll target him or them.
All right.
Rather. So that way, just so it gives us some progress to march forward to. Okay, so I move the hunter's mark there, and I shout out as a free action, "You're next." I don't know why I'm adding such gruff to my voice.
Do you want to move any more? Because I think you only took, 5, 10, 15? So you do have more movement if you want.
Yeah, I think I could probably move another 10. I'm going to, hide behind that brazier. That way it'll give me some extra light and some cover. It looks like a nice big black marble sort of cube that I can hide behind.
All right. Captain Rourke.
All right, time to live and die by my mistakes. I'm going to run into the fray. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Then that's my movement, and then I think as an action, I will go ahead and dash for another 30 feet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's what I'll be.
All right. Anything else?
Nope. That's my turn.
Eric, your go.
Okay, just bear with me while I check some things.
Oh no.
Yep. Okay, and so that needs to be right there. So from here. Oh, easily done. Okay. We are here to stop a ritual, not fight goons. So, Eric, his sword already drawn, will, well, mechanically, he will begin his blade song. We just do that. And then he will sort of, like, have you ever seen someone sort of like skate down steps, like, just like let their momentum carry them? He'll do that, gaining speed as he approaches the floor. 6. Yeah, it's well within range. And as he's doing that, anyone who's paying attention to his rapier, which he uses as his spellcasting focus, will see that it is limed with a sort of fiery energy. And as he, at the peak of his speed, he will sort of like pirouette, like do a like midair spin, and at the top, he will just almost gently flick the point of his rapier towards the circle of cultists up at the front of the church, and drop a fireball right in the middle of them, being sure not to catch the tree.
Sure. So as you attempt to cast this fireball spell, the cultist number 1 that is closest to you, it holds its blade in its hand, and it plunges it in its heart. And as it does, a blood barrier wipes away your fireball as it comes
Counterspell
forth.
his counterspell.
This is a ritual. This is a ritualistic effect. He is not counterspelling. He is sacrificing his life to prevent your spell.
Snap.
This ritualist dies on the spot to prevent your casting. It doesn't counterspell. It eats the spell.
Fine.
Well, you got rid of a person anyway.
Yeah.
This brings us to, let's see, the cultists at the front of the room. They are now, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 cultists are going to begin to chant their phrase, and you see the owl start to spread its wings and sort of flap a sort of toxic breeze as you see this putrid sort of greenish aura emanate from it on over these 5 cultists. They too plunge their daggers into their hearts as pools of blood fall around and encircle these runes. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cultists fall down dead, and as they fall down dead, this eerily pinkish hue and fey nature of this crypt is immediately snuffed out. The braziers go completely black, and this room is darkened. And in half a second after that, they are lit with a necrotic green hue, and you can see as this room has been transformed, and this evil presence sort of now seeps through the place. Let me see. Let me make sure so it's 10, 3, 7, and 6. These cultists' bodies fall to the ground, and the ritualistic circle starts to pulse and glow and grow. And the bird, the owl starts to grow in size, and its wings start to stretch, and you hear cracking of its bones, and it flaps its wings, and you can just feel the evil presence of this land become eerie and dark. Did the map change for you guys?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It's all green now.
Okay. It's all green and evil now. Okay. That was the 5 that were in the back. Cultist number 4 is the one that is directly in front of you, and it runs forward 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to meet you, Captain Rourke. And with its scimitar drawn, it's speaking in tongues and gurgling at you as it attempts to stab you. 15 misses your hard shell. Okay, cultist number 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Will run to get closer, but is unable to reach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It will come up and surround you and try and again stab at you with its ally in tow. 14. Oh my god, I'm rolling so garbage. Absolutely garbage. Miss. Last but certainly not least, we have Aura, the Crystal Samurai.
Okay, Aura's just looking elated, but she currently has out her bow. So let me see, how far are these people from me? Oh. Yep, too far for me to go. So what I'm going to do, Aura is going to go ahead and clench on to the bow tightly and knock an arrow and start running up. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, just so she can get, actually there's a mausoleum there. Here we are. Just so she can get right as close as possible, and will knock an arrow, pull it back, and hold it aim and steady, and will proceed to fire 2 arrows, one at cultist number 9 and probably number 4 if 9 does not die. So
all right.
Okay, so the first attack. Actually, you know what? No. Just regular attack. First attack. Let's see. No, I wish I did it. Oh, 14 hits.
14 hits.
Whew. Alrighty, so that is going to be, and let me just make sure I'm reading this right, but I do have, where is that? Fighting style, oh, it's melee. Okay. So rolling damage. 10 points of damage.
I believe, let me see.
Yeah, he's dying.
Yeah, he's dying.
Just want to be sure.
Yeah, you they're not very hardy. They're just, they're, evil cultist people, and are unable to withstand the damage of your longbow as it pierces into him. You see, and it shouts out something and then falls down dead.
Without missing a beat, and like she now has, like, she went from that kind of jubilated warrior to now more of a serious, as her eyes focus on with laser precision, as she fired one and quickly knocks and releases yet another arrow at cultist number 4. Ooh, 26 to hit.
That absolutely hits.
12 points of damage.
Knocks them dead. Actually, yeah, 26. I was going to say they probably have partial cover because of Captain Rourke, but that still absolutely hits them. So, Rourke, you've used this arrow comes like over your shoulder, like close to your head and into the neck of the cultist in front of you as it falls down, body bleeding out, gurgling, writhing, and then no longer writhing.
One shot, one kill.
For a brief second, Rourke will glance back behind him, expecting to see Vilya, but is surprised to see Aura holding the longbow, and gives a hearty shout, "Thank you for clearing the way!"
"'Tis my pleasure! Now, time to feast on more cultists. And, don't really have anything to do with a bonus action. That was my entire movement. I am not going to action surge, so I'm going to end my turn there.
All right. It is the ominous bird's turn. The ominous owl slowly, with its enlarged state, flies down into the center of the circle. You could see it sort of claws its talons in the blood of the fallen cultists, and it starts to stand up as if it was like a humanoid creature. Its limbs stretch out. Its owly feathers, fan out from under its wings. Almost, you guys have seen Arakroka and other bird people, but you have not seen a monstrosity like this. It is like if a bird person was absolutely like turned into a disgusting monster, and the owl disappears, and in its place a monstrous creature comes into vision. Let me see if I could share a picture. Oh, I do not have. Here, I'll just make this. It sort of looks like this. It's not that big, but it's like gross talons and beaks and all of that sort of appears. And the owl, hold on, let me unlock. Where's my owl? Is this my owl? No, that's not it. I don't know. The owl's not there. Now it's the monster creature. It flew down, or it sort of like jumped down and stretched out and careened and turned into this creature. And with that, its talons retched in blood, its hoots in a particular fashion and goes 5, 10, 15 more feet closer. Actually, it can fly a little bit more than that. It will fly then. Instead of walking down these stairs, it will sort of fly a little bit aloft into the air. Let's see. How close? Not yet. Not close enough. It will
Stay away.
It will stay away a little bit. It's sort of floating, flying in the air as it prepares to do some ominous bullshit. That brings us to Thordal, top of the rounds.
Sorry, seeing my companions having taken care of a lot of the people that were directly in front of us, I'm going to step forward a little bit. Say, "Excuse me, madam." Well, actually, I don't say that. Vinny says that. And I would, now that I'm 120 feet away, I clasp my hands together and hold out 4 fingers as 4 bolts of fire appear in them, and I shoot one after the other at the large owl 120 feet away with Scorching Ray.
All right. $27 hits.
Very nice. For max
14
damage.
points max damage for 1. 16 also hits. for 6 points of fire damage.
Did it not work?
One more. Right? Or are you targeting something else?
No, I'm trying to target it. It's just for some reason it's not. I'm dropping my dice in this thing and it's not rolling anymore. Hold on. There we go.
Oh, God. And a 14 hits, too. All 3 of your lobbed scorching ray bolts go flying towards this monstrosity, taking 27 points altogether.
I casted at 3rd level, so there's even one more.
Oh, geez. Okay, one more. And a last one goes wide.
So after just lobbing off, like sort of like I was throwing it at it from the fire that was once on my fingertips, I take a second and assess my surroundings before I hold up a hand and wave forward. And that's when Vin's like, yeah, I know, and flies forward. They will teleport 15 feet forward and then move 30 feet forward. So they'll move.
Isn't that something that Vin has to do?
Yeah. Vin.
How far can he move?
He has a speed of 30 plus teleporting, so he just gets to go 45 feet.
Okay, yeah, and he can get to you. So he can actually get to in range for all of your companions if he's on top of your square, right?
Yeah. I don't know if anybody wants to get maybe a little closer. We'll move 15 feet forward.
Eric and Aura, you feel this like a flame tug. Do you wish to take it?
Oh, of course.
Yep.
Okay, 5, 10, 15. 5, 10, 15. 5, 10, 15.
And you see where we once were, just like we appear. You see a small ember there before it combusts, and just a small and a 10-foot radius inferno rages before quickly ending.
All right. Is that both you and Vin?
Yes.
All right. That brings us to some of these scouts. They peek out from behind this brazier and pull out their bow again and try and make attacks. It will make the first one at the spirit that seems to be bringing them closer. Oh, that was almost 20. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. That was really close. Its second one will go towards the druid who seems to be in control of this. That's also a miss. Jeez, these scouts suck. Okay, hold on a sec. I have to change my color. These dice are cursed.
Get shiny ones that glow.
Use green for the room.
Oh, right. Yeah, good idea. Okay, that was scout 1. Scout number 3 comes a little bit closer, and it will also pull out its bow, and it will try and make its longbow attack. 18 misses. You're able to parry the arrow out of the air, Eric, as you see it coming. In your currently in your blade song form, you have much more perception and armor. And it will also try its second attack against the captain for 22.
Oh man!
This arrow,
You got too excited.
this
there.
longbow. Listen, if you were in the session 0, you'd understand my excitement. These are hardy people. The arrow pierces the shell, and it's absorbed because of the joyous energy that Aura projected earlier. You find yourself bolstered and uninhibited by this attack. Scout number 4 peeks around the corner. I think it just has line of sight. It does. And it will make 2 longbow attacks against you, Aura. You see these arrows coming out of the distance right behind this brazier to your top left, hitting the sarcophagus next to you. A second one flies above your head even further.
I'm right here.
Okay.
I think you need to hit me right here. Am I not shiny enough?
You hear this one shout out, "Yeah, you're too shiny," and it will try and make 2 attacks against you as well. As you stand up and say, "Are you shiny enough?" it takes that opportunity and gets a natural 20.
Ooh.
Right in the O-ring.
Any reactions?
Oh.
Any deflection?
got
Oh
that.
shit. Yes, there is. It's almost my turn anyway.
He's
So-
going to
I will make him roll again and take the worst of the 2 rolls.
Doing.
Oh, silvery barbs. I was just trying to find the name of the thing. Silvery barbs.
Okay. All right.
Oh wait.
silvery
Which one
barbs.
is he? Which one is he? Sorry.
Scout number 5.
Okay,
the
that's-
one that's currently on the tomb to the top to the right a little
Sorry.
bit.
Hold on. I know I should know this, but 60 feet. One,
I think it's like 45. You're definitely
you're
within
within
range.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so second Eric will just shout nope and flick his rapier at him. And yes, he will have to re-roll that hit or re-roll that attack. And I like giving it to whoever's next. So Vilya, you will have advantage on your first roll next turn.
Excellent.
Vilya,
Thank you.
you feel this energy sort of being pulled and shifted, and from the perspective of the audience, you sort of find yourself like behind the bow, tracking and training, looking at this radiant beacon of a crystal dragon, and you feel that feeling of a perfect shot. And as you do, that energy, that moment, that perfect release is stolen, and Vilya, you feel empowered, and you have this energy from within. You feel this, and this is a feeling you're particularly aware of, being a ranger. You have been bolstered, and you get advantage on your next shot.
Excellent.
He will roll again
Uh-huh.
and miss.
Ah,
Sucks to suck.
Sucks to suck. And you hear him shout out, "I could have swore that was a critical hit."
Light plays tricks on you as I go mentally to Eric in his head. My hero.
All right, Vilya, your go.
All right, so I think because cultist number 4 has been decimated at some point in this combat already, I will need to recast Hunter's Mark because I did not kill that
Can you
creature.
shift it? Oh, it's only if you kill
I
it?
believe that's how that works.
I'm pretty sure it's
Otherwise,
just a bonus action to switch it.
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, basically almost the same as recasting it minus the spell slot.
Yep, you don't have to use spell slot. Yep,
Yeah.
if the target drops
Yeah.
its area hit point before the spell ends, which it didn't, you can use a bonus action to put it somewhere else. So
Yeah, so I'll use
All
the
right.
bonus action to put it on the Weird Owl.
Okay.
Weird
And then-
owl. Nice.
I'm sorry, I just got it.
You fucking bitch.
And then I will actually. I'm like way back there still, aren't I?
Yeah.
I don't even see you.
Where the hell did I go? I'm so far gone. I'm just not even there anymore.
Oh, you probably can't see him because he's behind a brazier.
Oh.
So the line of sight from the other
yeah,
characters
shit.
is blocked.
Yeah.
Can he
Um,
see himself?
I can.
Because it sounds like
No.
he can't.
Nope.
Well, because he's not in fantasy ground, so otherwise he would.
Oh.
Be able to see
Yeah, I'm
it, so-
controlling his character. I can't see you.
Yeah, we're working on connectivity issues. If you're behind that the left bottom brazier.
I see
That
it now.
is-
Here, actually, I'll open it so that way you could see. There, you should be able to see it now.
Yeah. Perfect. And then so I'm going to. I think I have a movement of 30 feet. Could be wrong, but I'm not sure.
30
To a wood elf?
35.
35. I'm such a beast. Okay. I will move up 35 feet. To be
Are you going towards the center of
towards
the room?
the
or are you
center of
going
the room
towards-
where my friends are.
Okay.
Might as well get that big AoE
Okay.
effect to hit all of us.
Well, you're going like up here?
Yeah. And
That's only 20. We'll say that's 30. So you probably have 5 more.
okay. I'll just stay there for now. But I
Okay.
would like to target that owl creature
Sure.
and just start attacking it
Please.
with advantage, even.
Okay.
Is it your like favored enemy or whatever?
No, I gave him the advantage.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
for
duh,
Sylvie
from the
Barbs.
okay.
Yeah. Ooh,
25
Very nice.
absolutely hits.
that's good. And I get that extra D6 with this too. Awesome.
13 points of piercing magic damage.
I will do this again.
Oof.
That is a natural 20.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. Natural 20. 14 points. Big crit.
Did that add?
No, Hunter's Mark gets doubled
Oh.
too.
Yeah, Hunter Mark
Yeah,
didn't even roll.
Hunter's Mark.
Oh, Hunter's Mark is also
let's,
double for the crit.
I'll-
That's super
I'll
cool.
roll 2 d6s.
Yeah, I'll drag it on.
Okay, looks like it didn't like that roll.
Oh, I like that roll though. That was an
Sorry.
11. That was an amazing 11.
You saw it rolled in a box. I don't know why it didn't count it.
I'm not even in the program. I knew that was an 11.
Sorry, has to make it. Okay, so 20 points of damage with your one arrow. Intense.
No, we're in a mausoleum.
Get out of here. Get out.
Okay.
And that's my turn. I
Okay.
think someone just stopped watching us
Captain-
because I was making bad puns. I'm sorry.
Intense.
Sorry, viewers. Sorry. But I'm not. I warned you
Go
all
ahead,
at the beginning
Captain
of the
Rourke.
chat.
You did. Yes, you did.
All right. Let's see. There's 4 enemies, but I really only see one I want. So, hut, 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 hut. 5, 10, 15, 20. Let's go right here, and I'll go ahead and as Rourke thump, 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 as a heavy-set turtle just starts like power walking towards the end to cultist 8 up here. He takes out his thundering harpoon from his back, adorned with bits of seaweed, old fishing lines and hooks, and a wicked, sharp and jagged, almost like anchor sort of tip at the end, bristling with electricity and the energy of a storm. As he lumbers forward, he takes this weapon out from his side, pulls his shield up into a shield and spear sort of formation, and appears before this cultist, stretching out his limbs, and just looks down upon this individual with ire and says, "All hands," and he will rage. Give me a quick second to press some buttons.
As you shout this out or say this, describe your rage for us. What happens to Captain Rourke?
Sure thing. As Rourke rages, you see that the veins in his head, his arms, and his legs pop. The muscles around those areas seem to swell up and grow larger and larger as blood flows deeply into those parts of his body. The shell on his back, the individual spikes grow larger, and a sinister shadow looms around him. His eyes almost roll back into his head and go white, and the snapping maw of his face ushers out a terrifying primal roar. He will then go ahead and attack the cultist in front of him with his harpoon. If I could find it. Here we go. Oh, let me target him actually instead of myself. There we go. No, on the box. 14 hits, thank God. And he will
14 hits.
go ahead and roll some thundering harpoon damage and kills him, impaling him through the midsection, lifting him up high and smashing his corpse onto the ground.
The cultist's blood spits out as you knock him onto the ground dead.
Rourke will yell out again another primal cry and then use the rest of his movement to go 1, 2, and engage scout number 5 as well. And that will be his turn.
All right. Eric.
Okay, I don't love this guy over here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good enough to get me there.
Oh, because your dancing gives you 10 extra feet.
Yep.
Oh, yes, okay.
And
Nice.
as he approaches, he will. Yeah, I mean the guy's using a bow, so he doesn't need to be doesn't need to get complicated. He'll just do like one of those running lunges, full extension, and as he does, he will you'll hear him mutter "Fragore" as the blade of his rapier glows with a sort of pearlescent light for a moment.
Awesome.
And that's a normal attack, so fuck me. Okay, so that's that would be my.
You can see that this necrotic dim light sort of is playing tricks on you.
Yeah, well, he gets out of the way. It's fine. Okay.
Do you get two attacks as a blade at 5?
No, I hit them at 6.
Oh, damn. I think everyone else gets it at 5. Okay.
Yeah, well,
soon.
So such is life, and that is it for me this turn.
Do you have a bonus or no?
Not nothing I can really use at the moment. I have to look into that.
Okay. You can see that this cultist runs up and it shouts something in common. You guys all can sort of hear what it's saying, and it says, "For you, plague bearer, disease these lands and teach them what for." And it slits its throat and kills itself in the presence of this creature. And cultist 2 dies. And with that, the weird owl regains some hit points. And you see it sort of like kick up the blood, and the blood turns black as it splashes its wings and skitters what you would assume to be plagued droplets in your general direction. Aura.
Well,
Your go.
so we have 1, 2, 3. Aura will move forward quickly, keeping her eyes square on the weird owl, and will and we'll move forward. Let's see. So is Thordle blocking that spot, or on the same spot? Not Thordle. Sorry, is Vin on the same spot as Thordle, or is it in the next square?
In the next square, but floating. So you can be under them.
Okay, perfect. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20. We'll stop here for a moment, but without even, actually not even stopping. In the motion of moving, we'll actually we'll turn over to the right and not even looking, just kind of Hawkeye, knock an arrow, and just release a shot over at scout number 1. Try to aid
right.
Eric there with the first attack. Okay.
That's a hit.
It's going to hit, and I'm going to roll damage. Oh.
7 points, wounding it, but not killing it.
And thinking
the scout.
And thinking that Eric can handle the rest, she will quietly but precisely move forward 10 more feet and will instead take a shot over at Scout number 5. Okay.
Dirty 20, that's a hit.
Okay.
Doing 8 points of damage, bloodying Scout number 5. You could see he almost loses his foothold, but steps back and stomps and cracks the bones of the desecrated elder beneath him.
Okay. Or looks, and as she's firing this, she is, man, everyone's so far away. Yep. So she will just use it. I'm not going to use any bonus action, but instead, just as a ninja, she goes ahead and just fires these shots out of her longbow, hitting them square into vital points as she keeps her eyes, though, locked onto the demonic owl in front of her. And we'll end her turn with that.
All right. It brings us to the weird owl or the Telecatol's turn. And let's see. Can it do this? It wants to hit a majority of you. Let's see. If it goes there and does this. Oh, it will miss you, Aura. Damn you. Okay. It will swoop, whoosh, 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 whoosh. It will fly down here, and as it flies and flutters down, you see sort of ichor and black just dripping from its wings. And as it does, it will then stand up on its rear hind legs and flap this disease-ridden, chilling wind in a 60-foot... Oh, it's a 10 by 10 line. Sorry. It does hit you then. Or 60 by 10 foot wide, so it would hit you. Including her Scout number 5. And this plague, disease-ridden wind sort of washes over you, and it is disgusting, Captain Rourke. You have never felt this feeling. This stench of rotting corpse and sulfur and just decay immediately hits your nostrils, and then yours, Aura, and then the rest of you. And Eric, even though you're not in the line of fire, you can just smell the putrescence in the air. It is sickening. With that, I need all of you to roll me Constitution saving throws.
My land. Oh, no.
Natural 20.
Oh, wait, that was a check. So add nothing. It's exactly the same. Never mind.
All right. So meet not beat. So 15, Thordal, you're safe. Obviously, Captain Rourke with an actual 20, 26 is safe. But Aura and Vilya, you take the full brunt of this.
I'm firing my dice roller.
You take the full brunt of this, and let's see.
No. Ooh.
Oh, no.
You take 16 points, and let's see.
That wasn't as bad as it could have been. That was
And Vilya takes 33 points.
Yeah, thanks.
You are
That's cool.
also poisoned, and while you are poisoned in this way with this creature's sickness, you can't regain hit points, and at the end of every hour, you must succeed on a DC 13 Constitution saving throw or gain a level of exhaustion.
Is there any way to get rid of the poison, or is this...
You don't
Hey,
know.
yo, lesser restoration, though.
You don't know. You shouldn't even actually known that. That was a little extra I gave you. But you can feel that this is not only diseased and sickening, it is draining and hurting you in this extreme way. Oh, actually, hold on. Scout 5 would have to make a con save throw as well.
Excellent.
20. He succeeds on that, so he is.
Okay,
You saw it rolled there fair.
I didn't see nothing.
And it's that's the end of the...
Oh, don't take damage? Oh, Oh, the
No,
all or
it's
nothing. Oh, god damn it!
it's an all or nothing. Yeah. This is. I'll let you guys know that this is also sort of like its breath weapon, so it has to roll to recharge at the start of its next turn. That is its turn. Thordal, avoiding the sickness and putrescence of this creature, you feel it sort of stinging on your skin, but you're able to burn away you're barely able to, but you're able to. Oh, sorry, you need to roll for fucking Vin. He definitely got hit too.
Right.
Let me know. Do you have it, or do you need me to do it?
It only lets me. I guess it doesn't let me roll the dice.
Oh no, that's just the number. Hold on.
Yeah, it wasn't letting me roll. Oh.
9.
Then he's like, oh wow, that doesn't look. And then he just, after that attack, he is not there.
He is there, thanks to Aura. Her bolstering energy gave him
he
the
got
7
temporary
hit points.
too. I forgot about that.
You see his flame almost fades away completely, but he is still a burning, small. I was gonna say a kit, but that's not what foxes are when they're pups. But you see, he's been reduced to his smallest form, with just a few hit points left. He is also plagued and sickened.
Thordal's eyes light ablaze as, pretty sure it's my turn next.
It is your turn.
He doesn't say anything, but he lets out like a cry of anger before he whips around and thrusts his staff into the ground, and roots start coming out of like these marble floorings towards the owl before wrapping around it and pulling it to the ground as I cast Earthbind on it.
Oh, nice. Is it a save spell?
Hold on, I'm just... It looks like it's saved.
Rolled an 18. You can see that this magics seem to have a little bit of a harder time grasping on its putrid, oily feathers. And as your vines come up and try and writhe around it, it sort of flaps its wings, and this black blood sort of hits the vines, and they wither, unable to catch him.
And then I move into, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where I want to move. I move all the way over here as to get out of this line, and Vin will take off to the left about 30 feet, like behind, towards that pillar,
like over here.
And then Vin uses his action to hide.
Okay. Let me see. I think that I don't know if he gets advantage on stealth.
No, he doesn't. It's just a straight text.
Okay. 17. That's not too bad. All right, scout number 1. Does not have a a rapier or weapon. He pulls out one of his arrows and tries to just stab you with it, Eric.
Okay. Tries being the operative word.
Tries being the operative word.
Rude.
So that is a fail. Scout number 3 sees let's see. Sees Aura, who's been like just lobbing these shots. Returns fire. 20
Goodness.
hits. Reactions, anyone? All right. All right.
Okay.
Takes 4 points of damage with the first arrow, and then leashes the second one, knowing you've been pierced, can be pierced again. The second one flies far. He takes a trip and sort of stumbles and falls down. Uses the tension in the bow. He didn't realize how strong it was and how much blood was on these marble floors. Caused him to slip. He falls prone and uses the rest of his movement to stand up. You hear an ominous voice come from the side, and you say, it says, it's fire spirits trying to hide and cleanse the land. The scout has keen sight and hearing and has advantage on perception checks, so it is going to try and find your spirit and see if it can kill it. 16, and you see as he runs closer and Vin sort of hops into the flames and sort of mimics the thing, or like goes into the bottom of the brazier and acts like it's part of the fire, unhurt and unimpeded by this the thing, and the scout is unable to find him in this moment.
Vin being so close to death is like the flames go from that vibrant red to this like greenish blue that of like a dying flame as it uses the cauldrons to hide from his pursuer.
All right. Scout number 5 sees how close Captain Rourke is, and 2 does not have any daggers on hand, and will pull out a arrow and try and stab you. And miss it. Just right into the hard carapace of the turtle shell, and absolutely shatters the arrow and smacks his hand against your hard scales, doing absolutely no damage. Vilya, plagued, hurt, sickened, but standing. What do you do?
I'm ready to party on, Garth. But in reality, what I'm going to do is kind of shift up 10 feet straight ahead of me, and then over to the left, getting behind that sarcophagus.
You see the scout as you sort of take a few steps closer to your left, as you are now within 20 feet of him. Just so you're aware.
Which scout?
Oh, do you not see
No.
him?
I didn't see a scout either.
Yeah, I was like, ooh.
Oh my god. Oh my god, sorry.
What the fuck is that?
I'm like describing something. I'm describing something that you didn't even see. You didn't see him before because he was hidden, but I meant to turn him back on. Sorry. You want to go? If you want to go back, you can. But he sort of was the one that was stabbing at Vin.
Got it.
Or
Now that
looking
makes
for Vin.
way more sense. I was like, very
Sorry,
confused.
people. sorry.
Yeah, I wouldn't have moved over. I probably would have.
You were here, so I put you or reset you.
Yeah, I would move left 15, down 10, and then left another 5 or 10, depending on my angle, and then
Perfect angle.
yeah,
You can totally see him.
I'll take my first shot at the scout. There should not
Alright.
be an extra mark on it, though. Why do I have disadvantage?
You're poisoned.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
The first attack goes wide.
I will attempt a second.
That's a hit.
Excellent. So then let's do some damage. Heavy, of course.
8 points of damage. Was your hunter mark on
No,
him? Oh no,
it's
because you
on
didn't see
the
him.
owl
Okay.
still.
Oh, on the owl, on the weird
The
owl.
weird owl. So strange.
Okay, you can see that this Scout 4 is bloodied and hurting. Your arrows are much more impactful, and your bow is much more magical than theirs.
How many HPs do I have left? That's a great question that I have in my life.
You have
26. Oh.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8.
Oh.
That's a whole lot of HPs.
So many HPs. Is Cure Wounds a bonus?
No.
Of course not. Okay, then I'm gonna have to end my turn.
All right. Captain Rourke, the weird owl and the Scout looms in front of you, finishing flapping its plague wings. What do you do?
Okay, sorry about that. I think the microphone timed out a little bit there. Anyway, Rourke manages to stave off the poisonous wave that comes from this owl, but as he looks back and he sees his companions cry out in anguish and agony, he decides it's go time. So he's going to go ahead and just ignore the guy in front of him and just move up 10 feet. And concentrate his attacks against the weird owl. So he will go ahead and make his first attack against the creature.
All right.
Damn it.
Miss.
All right. Luckily, though, as he is a master with pole arms, he does get his bonus action attack. So we'll go ahead and try this again, hopefully with better luck. All right. That's what I'm looking for. A hit.
That is a hit.
He'll go ahead and do... why is that? Oh, because I didn't add the extra d6 there. So an extra 1 point of damage. So 10 points of damage in total to the weird owl. And as he whiffs with the first one, but brings kind of like, not with finesse, but with strength instead, he stabs at the owl. The owl kind of dodges out of the way. And then he, like, using the muscles in his shoulder, heaves the weapon back up, bringing his arm up, and then bringing it back down, but this time with the butt end of it, jams it into the owl's beak and just kind of dazes it a little bit. Suddenly, from within the shadows around him, 2 ethereal warriors spring up. Both of them unique in appearance, one wearing very old ancestral garbs, wielding an axe made entirely of obsidian and like animal leathers and stuff like that, and the other one in a more traditional navy attire, beheaded, wielding what looks to be some sort of long stick with a bayonet attached. Both of these dead warriors suddenly appear next to Rourke and latch on to the creature, and impose disadvantage on any other creature that the owl will attack.
All right. Your ancestral guardians come forth and aid you and intercept, prohibit the monster.
Sounds good. And that'll be Rourke's turn.
All right, Eric. A scout half dead in front of you and a plague beast to go.
Okay, so Eric will step up. No. Step up to get a little better view on the action. But then he will turn back to the scout who eluded his attack last turn and Yes,
hit.
beat his like sort of just like slap the arrow out of the way, and lance the rapier into his chest for 6 damage on top of the booming blade, which was gonna be
Enough to just explode his body.
yeah.
as
There's
the
a
reverberation.
like a muffled thump as like there's the tiny little entrance wound in his chest, and as Eric withdraws the sword, anyone looking can see a significantly larger exit wound in the back from the thunder damage. So that was one step. I have one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess we can't move through the 7. Yeah, I'll move there.
If you want to, it's an open casket, and you can see the
The Ramones.
remains and bone. The Ramones. You can see the bones of the
So
Ramones.
that's what happens to Bonnie.
That is sacrilege. Stepping on the bones of America's second greatest punk band. Yeah, that's it. That's it for him. He
All
will
right.
he will not step on Joey's bones yet.
Haven't Jordan forever. That's because they've been locked here in the crystal, reading crystal, putting on a show, Mike. Aura, your go.
Okay, so Aura's feeling weak. Your shadows won't put out my light. As she will drop her bow, because done with this bow shit, and will instead kind of steel herself and stand up and take a deep breath and try to concentrate. She would then unsheath her blade, her diamond scabbard blade, and showing this long sword katana, as she will then move. Now, the owl, is it in the square to the left or to the right? Okay.
It would have been here, yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Man, that puts me in a terrible, but I already poisoned, so what's the point? Yeah, I will go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Bam, right in the middle of danger, because that is what Aura does as action economy. She will use a bonus action to whisper the draconic words Jean Essel Celsar. And as she does, the blade once again lights up with a brilliant, shining light of heat. As she, still weakened by the poison, will kind of steel herself, raising her blade up high as she closes her eyes and tries to concentrate. Illumination arts. Crystal glinting blade. As she spins the fiery sword around as it ignites, creating like a complete circle, and she then slashes through it, cutting down and striking the owl as well, though it is at disadvantage because she is poisoned. So here's hoping that it hits.
Okay, Demon Slayer, go off.
Yes. All right. Yay, still hit.
Meant to be. 18 still hits.
All right, so bunch of things happens. One, because I am a what's it called? My fighting style is duelist, as I'm in this style. I get to add 2 damage to my melee attacks. One. And as well as my flame tongue scimitar, or my lightbringer as it's called, gets extra damage. So first I will roll. Actually, no, I can do it at the same time. Duh. "26 points of damage as attack number 1 ends. And then we'll continue on for attack number 2. Whoops. But the poison is too strong. My second strike does not hit with a 10.
It squawks, "You will not catch me with that twice, sword artist."
You will bathe in the light of the Lightbringer. And she goes and bends her knees down, grabbing the blade, holding it up in a samurai stance, ready to strike again. And we'll end my turn with that.
All right. That brings it to the Weird Owls or the Telacos turn. And it, let's see, on a 5 or a 6, it gets its plague back. 2, it does not. You can see it is still gathering its plague winds. It screeches and lunges forward. It will make 2 talon attacks, and it will make its first one against you, you crystal samurai. Deflecting it with your blades, its claw hits the flame Lightbringer and rebounded, unable to make purchase against you. Quickly swiping to the left, it then goes towards you. It's chosen you, Captain Rourke.
Let's go.
I don't actually use Tinder or any of those, so I don't know if left is the choose one. 25 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
All right. It pierces you, but as it digs into your skin, you can feel the oof as it deals poison damage as well. Partially absorbed 15, reduced down to 10 because of the remaining magics and temporary HPs you had. You are starting to feel its vile nature come out. It will shriek, and as it does, it will end its turn. Thordal, will be your turn in a moment. At the top of the round, when it finishes its shrieking, it says, "Your bones will feed this." No, hold on. I thought I had something better planned. "Your bones will feed this ritual and grow this land's necrosis." And with that, a skeletal hand, a skeleton grows out of the tree. This spectral form, douche, slams its skeletal hands on the ground. Oh my god, you guys literally just missed its hand. Its pointer finger squishes the fucking Scout 5 just into pieces. I was really hoping one of you guys would have been in the hand, but you just literally happened to miss. I forgot where it was. Do you see
No,
the
we
skeleton?
don't.
No, because it's all black. It's all blacked out.
Oh god, no.
Oh,
No, now you should see it.
Oh wow.
Oh, okay. So when you said skeleton, I thought like human skeleton.
Yeah, like one medium creature, not the whole
No.
mausoleum.
wow.
No, the Telecatolo screeches, your bones will feed this ritual. And it's first hand, the right down, smashes in between the two braziers up at the top, hitting no one. The left one goes down, and where the the pointer finger in between Eric and Aura, that's where the Scout was. And it was smushed by this skeletal spectral hand. I wasn't sure where it was because I put it on the map, but I hit it. So I was like, we'll see if anyone happens to be in it by the time it gets summoned.
Thank the gods.
At the top of the round, this skeletal creature will be able to make a sort of lair attack. But this, you guys were lucky enough to evade its skeletal grasp. Thordal, it is now your turn.
Thordal still seeing this come up, he's like, God, well, he thinks to himself, he's like, God, it's always something. As Vin is in the fire, he's like, well, shit. And I peek around the corner again, and using those same roots I had before, they again try and jump out and reach the owl, binding it to the ground again.
Yes, and it
This does not
fails.
succeed, so now he can no longer fly as he's forced to the ground and held by roots of the world tree.
Does it give it? Is it restrained?
No, it just prevents it from flying at all.
Okay. So it was about 10, 15 feet up, and you see these roots now no longer impeded by the plague reach up and bind it and pull its claws into the sarcophagus below, bound by the earth, by the roots of the world tree, as described.
And then from there, I use my bonus action and to command Vin to attack that dude in front of him before he can have a chance to kill our good friend Villia. So he peeks his head out of the fire before he goes and spits just burning seed on top of him, hoping it kills him.
Okay. Roll for your attack.
Ooh. Wow.
That's a hit.
Oh, yeah.
All right. That is 7 points of flame seed damage, and you can see the seed smashes him in the face as he spits it out, and he sort of stumbles back and falls down burned, and it is enough to knock him unconscious as he falls to the ground, smoldering.
And then Vin is going to fly towards Villia. And when he gets there, he's just like, okay, you don't look too good. Thordal has something that can help you, because that doesn't really look good. And he is looking at this black ichor that's like a part of your veins and making you look very sickly.
I have felt better. I won't lie to you.
And yeah, Thordal tucks behind this, losing visual of everything but hiding.
Right, gives you cover though. Anything else? That's both you and Vin.
That's my turn.
All right, Scout 3 is going to look back, praise the plague bringer, and it will take a shot at Captain Rourke. 22.
Not again.
You know what? No, it doesn't. Have him roll again.
Okay, take that 9 back. I should have asked. Okay. 9.
Yeah, he can eat ass. Aura, you get advantage on your next attack.
Most brilliant.
I'm taking back that 99 damage, Travis.
9 HPs. Yep. You see that the scout sort of sees and hears your verbal command and understands that you're the one who's compelling him and will take his second attack at you.
Of course he does.
Oh, he has disadvantage, does he not?
No, he doesn't.
No, this is Scout 3. Never mind. Sorry.
That's fine.
12 points of piercing damage as you are hit by this longbow from the scout.
Didn't apply it to me, so I'll go ahead and do that to myself. Oh,
Did I put it on someone else?
oh no, it did. It just took a second to catch up. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. Okay, that's all that he got. Villia, your go.
All right. I shout over across the room. Thordal, can you help me now, or should I just wait till after this is all over?
You can respond. It's a free action.
Vin, who's right next to you, is like, you could just talk to me.
That's all that you can say, though.
Oh, that's all I say.
You use you only get like 3 or 4 words back, and that was it. You used it to say you could talk to
fair,
me.
he is a childlike personality, so that is a him response.
Fair enough. Seeing that I don't have time for these shenanigans, I'm going to peek around the corner and try to shoot this owl from a distance.
You see that there's all of the cultists and the scouts and things have been felled except the one scout on the staircase and the owl. They're truly the only 2 enemies who are left.
Yeah. I feel like
You're out. You also have your hunter's mark on the owl too,
correct,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
So it just feels so bad having to roll a disadvantage. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna attack. Okay.
That's still a hit.
I'm good with that. Let's roll some damage.
Oh, you put on the hunter's mark? Okay.
Yo, nice.
Ooh, who's going on now?
20 points of damage.
Nice. And I'll attack a second time as well. Oh, come on.
Oh, would have been nice. It's still a hit, though.
It is still a hit, so I'll take it. I got max damage before, and I got max damage again.
Oh my god. You guys are fucking murking this plague owl, the weird owl.
The light die. Power of light.
That is the point.
The power of light. Power gems, they start to
You
cleanse.
stole the line I was going to use. Thanks. No,
You basically set me up for that. Okay, 2 shots. Do you have anything else?
I'm going to get back into my cover that I had before. I'm gonna not creep around the corner anymore.
Okay.
Just because I cannot take another of those sprays, man.
Damn, 40 points of damage. Damn.
Right. Yeah, I'll hide you behind this brazier, so that way you have 3/4 or full cover from them if they make a ranged attack. All right.
And that's my turn.
Oh, sorry.
No,
anything else?
that's my turn.
Okay. All right, Captain Rourke.
All right. I'm going to. The good captain's gonna take a couple steps around just to provide some, potential flanking for his fellow friends, and not totally for the reason that he wants to get as far away from the bone fingers as possible. He will then turn to the owl and say, Mr. Owl, I've heard an old proverb that might be applicable in this situation. How many hits do you think it'll take to cave your face in? I'll go ahead and start with 1. And I'll,
You get your +2.
yes, and I will also, because I don't want to miss, for theme,
Are you gonna
I will attack recklessly.
reckless? Okay, so you get your advantage +2.
Yes, let me find that real quick. Plop it in myself. Then target this guy, not target myself. Go back to the attacks. Doodly-doodly-doodly-doodly-doo. Thank you for your patience, everybody. All right, 27 hits.
That absolutely hits.
For 12 points of damage for the first one. 1. And he'll swing his harpoon into the owl's feathers and then rend it out for the second one. Whew. Okay, 17 still hit for 17 points of damage. Okay. He'll come around and say 2, and he'll stab the owl in the other pair of wings. And now that it's, he'll start kind of hacking away at the wings in tandem with the vines that have kind of writhed up from the ground and are holding the owl bound and restricted from flight. Just making sure that he, even if he is somehow able to unrestrain himself from that spell, he's just, He's going to be bloodied around his wings and stuff like that.
All
The
right.
captain will go ahead and pass the turn.
Okay.
Eric, you're go.
Moving over that finger. What are we gonna do for that?
You're not sure. It would most likely be rough terrain if you tried to go over it, but
Like,
you saw when it immediately touched another person, it like probably squished it, but it is spectral, so it might be.
yeah, you know what? I got 40 feet of move. Let's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's fine.
It's probably for the best. I think Eric is. I think Eric is smart enough to not wander over it. This also brings you to power
It
pose,
does.
so you get +5.
And incidentally, makes it impossible to target all three of us with its next death fart.
Patent pending.
So yeah, he is going to shout Fragore and attempt to stab the owl in the throat. No fancy blade work for this. Good enough to hit. So the rapier pierces deeply, and the muffled thunder of the booming blade echoes out.
Reverberates.
And if he moves, which I don't know if he's going to do it, but he takes 2d8 if he moves voluntarily before the end of the next turn.
Awesome. Aura,
Remember your advantage.
Your allies. Yeah, you have advantage from Eric, whom passed you strong moat of energy. And in my games, if you're flanking, that gives a +2. But if you have 2 or more allies, you get a +5. So you have a +5 and advantage on your attack.
I have advantage only on my one attack?
On your first one,
yes. For it's for the next attack, you have advantage from his magics.
Aura will be standing in that position with her arm up, like one hand over the other, holding the hilt of the blade that is igniting with glorious luminosity. She then will look on over her allies and still being poisoned and feeling the booming energy from Eric. Inhale and try to push the poison away. Even though her mind is clear temporarily for the first hit, she plans on activating an ability that will take all of her concentration and precision, as I will use a bonus action to enter in my fighter's spirit. As if time slows down, it's like, ooh, 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 and I concentrate, giving me advantage on all of my attacks this turn.
Okay.
And I would get healed, but, well, unfortunately. Oh, no, I get temporary hit points. So I get to apply the temporary hit points for stepping into this stance. And then her voice kind of echoes and booms. She goes, "The luminous arts. Radiant. Velocity, velocity, velocity," as in that moment she starts moving at the speed of light as her entire body becomes light energy itself, fusing with the blade almost. It's almost like she becomes one large beacon of light as she will go ahead and strike with her first attack with the flame tongue scimitar. Which is a dirty 20.
That's a dirty 20. How appropriate. Actually, it would have been 25 because you get the +5, but that still hits.
Okay.
Still hits either way.
Alrighty. Yes, all the damage is still there. Ooh. Oh.
Still enough.
15 points. Still enough. All right. Describe your killing blow, as this is enough to fell this beacher.
Okay.
Sure. Let me do it like you do it. Describe your killing blow. Blow.
Okay, so the plan was to action surge, so she's just gonna do it anyway. Giving her a total of 4 attacks as she's this blinding force of light that becomes a piercing blade that just slices and dices the avian creature into millions of pieces as the flames, as the faster she goes, the more intense the heat goes until it goes from like red to blue to white, of like a shining star, and everyone has to kind of block their eyes from the sheer brightness that she's exuding as she completely decimates the owl creature into thousands of pieces before exploding into a supernova. And as the energy dims and the light fades, she is just sitting there with her sword held up high, spins it around Cloud Strife style and resheaths it, turning around as it just explodes, kind of like Sentai Power Rangers form behind her.
As described, the weird owl falls to the ground, the putrescence sliced through, and the light strikes, destroying this creature in front of you. In a moment, the skeletal form behind you disappears, and no, it's not that pretty yet. Hold on. There we go.
I think it's dark.
The skeletal, oh, no,
My
too many
like
buttons.
to
There we go.
Right.
The world has ended. Yeah. So the spectral skeletal figure just shatters into pieces and disappears. The bone tree seemingly returned back to its normal state. The weird owl felled in its place, and the only person left is the cultist. For sake of brevity, since it's this late, he's going to take a few steps back and say, "You may have won. You may have won this round, but we'll be back. We will bring plagues to this world like you have never seen. This crystal's not safe, and you're no sanctuary." And he'll stab himself in the throat.
No. Wait, is he doing like a spelly thing, or is he just killing himself? Okay.
No, he's
okay.
No, he's just killing himself. He's stabbing himself with an
That's
arrow
fine,
that he
that's fine.
has. And he falls down dead on the staircase right here, and his blood sort of pools out. And with that, the battle is won. The runes and magic circle begin to slowly blink out. While the blood pattern is still there, the runes themselves have dissipated. The necrotic energy of this space also seems to fade away. Oh, nope, that's not that.
Can't deal with this, man.
Just kidding! It's here again! It's here again. Player death. The braziers extinguished. Boof, boof, boof. And then reignite again in a moment with this pinkish hue, and a calming sense returns to this room for a moment. And with that, you guys have defeated the cultists in the trainee crypts, saving the city from being plagued by the weird owl.
Kind of says, quip to herself, "Didn't your mother tell you not to stare directly into the sun?" As she walks away feeling super jubilated at her victory. And that is how it's done, boys.
Yep.
Could
So, yeah, let's help our wounded and sickened friends out of the crypt and go check on Shola and the other, and Speaker Bella to see if that actually helped her.
Sure, absolutely. So, you...
Oh, since we have to go around the long way, if we pass a shield bearer, or if we pass just basically anyone, flag them down, send them to tell them to send some shield bearers to the crypts to, block it off and keep anyone from coming in. Just in case.
Absolutely. And since we are way past time, for sake of brevity, I will say that you guys are able to quickly find a shield bearer, alert them low key as to what has happened, and make your way back. And actually, Thordal, you have your mental connection with Sohei, so you can actually let her know sooner than the others if you.
He
Travis,
can reach from here. If he
Travis,
can't, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that the shield bearer understands. Do not start cleaning. I want to be able to
Oh, okay.
These guys got in here somehow. I want to be able to investigate the scene without them, stacking the bodies and cleaning off the sigils.
Sure. Makes sense. Okay, so I'll pass that along, and we will make sure that they sort of guard this space so that way you can investigate and dig deeper as to who did this, how they were able to break past the security, and the next steps. So I'll sort of note that down as something that you can do. For this moment, yes, Thordal, you feel the lotus petal that you were given by Bella starts to glow, and with that, you know that you are connected. You are in a safe space, and it enhances your ability, and you can mentally connect to Solhei from here.
I definitely tell her in surprisingly that nobody here knows, in Thordal's voice. She just hears in her head an event, for the sake of brevity, everything that just went down, what we did, and how, like, asking how things are up there, is that weird time bubble thing still needed, and so on.
So what happens is, she now you relay the information and describe what has happened. She works with the other speakers and releases the seal, and with that, the cloud creature, the plague that was being sort of put upon this land, dissipates and is neutralized. And what you did here was exactly save Bella and the people. That was this ritual here was, you know how it cast it in a line? It was sort of going to cast it among the city and sort of spread that cloud amongst all of the people here and rain down sort of the plague winds. But Sohei and the other speakers, being as strong as they were able to sort of contain it. And then once you were able to kill and stop this ritual, they were able to neutralize it. And there's this weird spell that sort of lets you unsay something. And so she cast that at a higher level and made it seem like Bella said something else and that she got sick, sort of to save face for her and her people.
We love Gift of Gab.
And
Yeah, Gift of Gab.
Oh, Gift of Gab. Yes, thank you. So she's able to and sort of pull her words back, and using the wibbly wobbly timiness of the temporal space, sort of save face for her people. Even though she is a speaker in her own right, Sohei sort of feels as if all of the people of the Citadel are hers. And so she grants her this gift in this moment. But she was only able to do so because of the bravery of you guys. And so that is where we will end tonight's session, with you guys saving the 100-year centennial celebration, and specifically indebting the Terrani people, or the Terrani people are indebted to you for the sacrifice that you guys have made. Vilya, you will note that your sickness, we'll say just for cutesy fun, Thordal and Vin try and heal you, and this does not work inside the crypt. You feel the energy, and it is blocked by this plague until you go outside and are in the light of the crystal and in sunlight to some degree, and in which case the healing then takes effect. And as you pass the House of Convalescence, the healers there remove this disease from both you and Aura, and you can find yourself recuperating, so that way you can enjoy the evening festival. So you might need to spend a little bit of time resting, but you can still go drinking in the evening. Just make sure someone else is there to carry you home.
That'll be
I'll just
Captain.
Misty step home. It's fine.
All right, with that, guys, Thank you so much for staying late. We are way, way, way past time. I know this is not going to be a norm. I'm going to try and stick a little bit closer, but I really appreciate you sticking with me. And I hope you enjoyed the first episode of the Radiant Citadel. And now it's clear that on our next mission, we're going to have some investigating. Somebody's got some splaining to do.
Yeah, that was awesome, Travis. Thank you.
Of course. Yeah, thank you so much. And I think that we have a decent amount of viewers here tonight. So thank you all for you wonderful folks for coming in and enjoying this game with us. We really appreciate you being here and supporting us. Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you, Juriel. Let me quickly run back and say thanks again to Caloran. We appreciate your resubscription, 7 months. Love you. Love you for your support. Higoki, you too, for 5 months. We really appreciate you. And Colonel Blah and Juriel, our newest followers, appreciate you. And hopefully we'll see you in here enjoying more of the Radiant Citadel with me and this wonderful party of heroes and adventurers. So with that, we can wrap up. If anyone else wants to sign off, give your handles where they can find you, or Logan, you want to kick us off with a round of goodbyes?
Thank you. Oh, goodness. Sure thing. Thank you, everybody, so much for your patience. It's been a lot of fun playing, and looking forward to being back here again for the next session. Take care.
Thank you. And people can catch you at Artichoke Show? All right.
Yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in, and see you here next week.
All right, Hunter?
Yep, it was fun. I had a lot of fun playing this character, and I can't wait to play some more. You can catch me streaming at some point, because my schedule is all over the place right now. I stream over at Myth Kalongo on Twitch, and yeah.
Awesome. Why don't you go next, Zeki, and then we'll wrap up with our resident Tailweaver.
All right. You can find me at Zektown on pretty much everywhere. And you'll see me later this week here on A Tale of D20s, Wednesday and Sunday coming up, and then also over at Amateurish Productions with Tuesday and Thursday. So gonna be a fun week and a stacked week nonetheless. So join us. If you haven't hit that little heart button, hit that, and so you can get all the notifications when we go live this week. And also next week or the week after, I can't remember exactly when we have Travis planned for another big session, but you don't want to miss that notification, so make sure you hit the heart. If you would feel so kind as to subscribe to us, we would love and appreciate that. It helps offset a lot of the little day-to-day background costs on the channel. And with that, I'll pass the torch over to Omar.
Hey everyone, Resident Tailweaver here, Omar. I want to say thank you everybody for coming and showing up. This was an amazing session. Thank you so much, Travis. It is so great to be a player in your campaigns. You can catch me obviously here on Tale D20s, and as well as my own personal, where I do a lot of cosplay. That's so Omar. And of course, we have coming up this week, Zeki, with Storyboard and the Sunday's Fun Day of Descent to the Void 2 Campaign 2, where Zeki, Travis, and our friends over at Amateurish Productions will all join together and go on this epic quest throughout the world of Adramel. So that is going to be very fun. So please stop by at 2 p.m. this Sunday, and then weekly Sundays at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
All right. Yeah, you heard it here, folks. Thanks again for coming in. Appreciate you. I am Zendark. I am tonight's resident Tailweaver. I am your normal wizard and enchanter, and I'm glad that you got to enjoy the Radiant Citadel with me. And with that, we'll bid you adieu. Normally we'd raid out, but it's very late, and I checked. I don't see anybody.
Ooh, can you
online,
raid Rob Roberts? He was on Should Have Had a D8, and he's a really good ally for us.
Oh, we do. Are they
Yes.
on though? Can you? Yes.
Yeah.
Let's do
Roberts.
Say that again.
Roberts. Rob Roberts, all one word. And he is playing Final Fantasy, the new theater rhythm with all the music. And you know how I love our rhythm game.
All right, here we go. We love a rhythm game. So thanks so much, everyone, and we'll raid out to Rob and see you next time. Bye-bye,
Bye,
everyone.
everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Take care.